Chapter 475. You. Qin Wushuang's face was filled with panic. She hurriedly pulled her hand out of Ling Zhao's palm. However, at this moment she was somewhat confused. Qin Wupa did not know about Ling Zhao's background, but she knew about it. If Ning Tian's million-man army, Xiao Beifa's blood dragon guards, and Xiao Yunli attacked the great Qin Empire, it would be difficult for her to fight against them. Behind her stood two god emperors. One was at the 5th stage, and the other was at the 6th stage. However, the great Zhou ancestor was already at the peak of the 7th stage. Wasn't he killed by the young man before her? Inexplicably, Qin Wushuang felt, could it be that she and her brother had wronged him? Ling Xiao, there is no one else here. Tell me, what do you want? Finally, Qin Wushuang took a deep breath and asked the biggest question in her heart. Since she could not guess, she might as well be direct. What did he want? The empire? The great Zhou Empire was already in his pocket, but he did not care about it. Could it be he really... Thump thump. Qin Wushuang could feel that his heart had jumped twice violently. Ling Xiao only raised his head and looked at the sky. Actually, I have wronged you, Qin Wushuang's face turned cold. Wronged me? Could it be he is really related to the enemy who killed my father? I should have given you a lifetime of prosperity and supreme glory, but even your family couldn't protect you. I should have given you stability and a phoenix crown, but it disappeared for 3 whole years when you were at your saddest and in despair. I know that your strength is just a disguise. This chaotic world is dangerous, and you are a weak woman. You must be very tired. Ling Xiao sighed. He raised his hand and gently touched Qin Wushuang's face. Wushuang, I am back. To me, the imperial capital is like a fleeting cloud. My path is the path to heaven. The western border cannot trap me, nor can the Shengzhou. What I seek is the peak of the great Tao, not the ruler of a dynasty. However, since you like it, I will work hard to conquer the entire western border. Consider it a betrothal gift for you. Boom! Suddenly, spiritual light shot out from Qin Wushuang's body. Her eyes were already filled with tears. The air suddenly quieted down. Memories surged like a tidal wave. Currently, Qin Wushuang did not fall in love with Ling Xiao because of a few words. Only the warmth in his eyes greatly resembled that father who had used his life to protect her and loved her dearly. For a full 10 years, Qin Wushuang's world-weariness was the despair of his father's death and the self-blame for his inability to find the true murderer. His heart, which was originally as cold as ice, quietly cracked open a crack. That's right. I've seen you slay a great emperor with your saber, and I've also seen you stand calmly before an army of 1,000,000. I used to think that you had everything, but in the end, it was just my own short-sightedness. The war god bowed his head, the imperial advisor bowed his head, and the vicious general recognized him as his master. How could his world be a mere mountain and river? How could his path stop at the throne? At this moment, Qin Wushuang suddenly understood. Wu Po's guess was reasonable, but in the end, the siblings had underestimated the youth in front of them. The pinnacle of the great Tao, the western frontier, as the betrothal gift. How domineering. He was only 17 years old. Wushuang, what's wrong? Ling Xiao frowned slightly and looked at the shock, dullness, and sadness on Qin Wushuang's face with heartache. No, nothing. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave. Inexplicably, the great emperor aura from Qin Wushuang's body had disappeared without a trace. Before such a young man with such great ambition who wanted to conquer the world, all of her domineering power appeared pale and powerless. Even now, it was difficult for Qin Wushuang to have any doubts about Ling Xiao. In the end, they were two different people. Her vision was as shallow as an ant's. I will help you find the person who killed your father. I will make up for what I owe you for these 3 years. Wushuang, with me here, you will no longer be alone. Ling Xiao smiled gently. That clear and handsome face seemed to contain immortal intentions. Putting aside his own reasons, Qin Wushuang felt that this young man was most likely the most persistent dream in all women's hearts. Unfortunately, I am not worthy. From the moment Qin Wushuang passed that technique to her, she knew that her ending would not be a good one. Only the satisfaction from the rapid growth of her strength had made her unable to care about her evil reputation. As long as she became stronger, as long as she could protect Wushuang's life, control the great Qin, and find the real murderer, even if one day she was spurned by the world, she would have no regrets. That technique! Suddenly, a trace of coldness emerged from the bottom of Qin Wushuang's heart. Initially, she had never doubted Qin Wushuang. However, after hearing Ling Zhao's words today, she was slightly shaken. After all, that method of using corpses as a medium to control souls was too strange. Wu Pa, where did he get it from? Thank you, young master. Qin Wushuang walked out of the Blood Dragon Saint Palace with a confused expression and looked towards the direction of the Imperial Palace. At this moment, she seemed to hesitate. She wanted to ask Qin Wushuang face to face whether he was hiding any secrets. However, she was also afraid of knowing the result. The two had relied on each other since young. His mother had died early, causing Qin Wushuang to rely on her even more. Although they were siblings in Qin Wushuang's eyes, her brother was more like her child. No way! What secrets could Wushuang have? He had always grown up in front of her. How could he hide any secrets from her? In the end, Qin Wushuang sighed and walked towards the Imperial Palace. However, just as her figure appeared in front of the palace, she saw Qin Wushuang sitting on the wooden carriage from afar. He was looking at her with a gloomy expression. Where did you go? Wushuang, why did you come out again? Qin Wushuang forced a smile and took the initiative to push Qin Wushuang towards the palace. I went outside the palace to take care of some matters. You went to see Ling Xiao. Qin Wushuang's voice was filled with coldness. His pale face faintly revealed killing intent. Yes, Wushuang. Actually, you might have misunderstood Ling Xiao. Young master, he could not be the person who killed father. Qin Wushuang sighed inwardly. She truly did not know how to explain to Qin Wushuang. Tell him that this person had killed a divine emperor and had extraordinary methods? Wouldn't that be more in line with Qin Wushuang's guess? Evil demons were cold-blooded, heartless, and scheming. However, his tyrannical straightforwardness did not seem to be an act. Impossible. You have only seen him a few times, and you are already sure that he is not father's murderer. Qin Wushuang suddenly stood up. His legs were nimble, and he no longer had his usual sickly and frail appearance. For a moment, Qin Wushuang was somewhat stunned. Inwardly, she remembered what Ling Xiao had said. Usually, the more fragile a person pretended to be, the more secrets they would hide. Wushuang, you, sister, he is an evil demon. Be careful of falling into his trap. I have a premonition that he will soon give himself away. Qin Wushuang took a deep breath. There seemed to be a soul light flickering in her eyes. It seemed that it was time to put the plan on the agenda, or else this Qin Wushuang would most likely be taken down by Ling Xiao. Women, humph, were indeed short-sighted. Chapter 476. Wu Pa, I have something I want to ask you. Qin Wushuang raised his head and looked at the young man before him with a serious expression. That evil technique, where did you get it? Didn't I tell you before? I picked up this technique by accident when I went out. Qin Wushuang's eyes were gloomy and his tone was somewhat low. He could not understand why his sister's attitude had changed so drastically after meeting with Ling Xiao. What kind of drug did that Ling Xiao give her? Now, this Qin Wushuang was obviously on guard against him. It would be risky if he wanted to plant a soul seal on her, especially since the technique she practiced was an ultimate technique of the Ghost Clan. Her insight into the power of the divine soul was incomparable to ordinary humans. What was this called? lifting a rock and smashing it on your own feet. Damn. Most importantly, Qin Wushuang had never expected that Ling Xiao had turned Qin Wushuang's cold and domineering temperament. Suddenly, Qin Wushuang felt that he had met his match. Initially, in his eyes, the people of the lower worlds were not worth mentioning. Even those so-called proud sons of heaven could not be compared to him. But from the looks of it now, this Ling Xiao was probably not that simple. I picked it up by accident. You mean you got your technique by picking it up? Qin Wushuang gave a light sigh. Who do you think you are to pick up such a powerful and evil technique? How come others could not pick it up? Only you could. According to your words, everyone should stop looking for the fortune of the secret territories and go for a stroll. Perhaps they could pick up a treasure from the heavens? Sister, what did Ling Xiao say to you? Qin Wushuang's eyes became even more gloomy. For the first time in his life, he saw doubt in Qin Wushuang's eyes. Nothing. I will send you back to the palace. Qin Wushuang pushed the wooden carriage, and a trace of extreme coldness appeared on her face. Today, Qin Wushuang's words and actions made people feel something was wrong. Could it be he was hiding some shocking secret? Qin Wushuang turned around and walked out of the palace when the two had walked into the palace. However, when she reached the entrance of the hall, she suddenly stopped. Soulless, you won't lie to me, right? Sis, what are you talking about? Why would I lie to you? Qin Wupo laughed bitterly, but the soul light in his eyes suddenly became dazzling. Damned Ling Xiao, tonight I will consign you to eternal damnation. Trying to steal my woman? Was Ning Qing worthy? When I roamed the heavens and earth, the prides of the myriad races fought to kneel at my feet. All the geniuses of the world wanted nothing more than to offer their souls to be my slaves. If not for that bastard plotting against me in the end, I would be the ghost lord of a realm. What was a mere ant from the lower realms? Since you're blocking my path, then you should be prepared to become a stepping stone. Night fell. A palace attendant suddenly appeared in front of Blood Dragon Hall, where Ling Xiao was. Dragon Lord, young Master Wu Pa is holding a banquet in the palace. He said that he wants to treat you specially for saving his life today. Hearing this, the corner of Ling Xiao's lips curled up, but his eyes flashed with evil. It's here. Looks like our child of destiny behind the scenes can't help but make a move on him. Usually, evildoers with this kind of character would not directly confront others. No matter what the difference was, their character was evil, ruthless, and in control of the situation. This was somewhat similar to Ling Xiao. However, it was obvious that Qin Wupa's rank could not be compared to Ling Xiao's. He might be able to toy with the prides of the Shenzhou as he pleased. Even in the upper realms, he was a famous existence, but he would never be able to toy with a writer who transmigrated. This is a Hongmen banquet for me. Ling Xiao nodded with a smile, but the attendant was slightly stunned. Dragon Lord, the banquet will be held at young Master Wu Po's quiet hall, not at the red door. Oh, you may leave. Tell young Master Wu Po that I will be there on time. Ling Xiao waved his hand and dismissed the attendant. Beside him, a sinister look flashed across Xiao Beifa's face. My lord, I'm afraid Qin Wupa has other intentions. Based on his understanding of the emperor's younger brother, today's banquet would not be as simple as just thanking him. Although Qin Wupa rarely left the palace, the evil aura on his body made Xiao Beifa quite annoyed. Of course it won't be that simple. This young Master Wu Pa is most likely inviting me to die. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently, and a murderous aura instantly rose from Xiao Beifa's body. My lord, please allow me to enter the palace and kill this person. No need. You don't have to interfere in this matter to avoid gossip. Since Qin Wupa wants to play, I'll play with him. A sinister look flashed across Ling Xiao's eyes, but he could roughly guess what Qin Wupa wanted to do tonight. It was nothing more than killing him by force and holding the pot. What else could it be? Could it be that you expect a ghost clan evildoer to voluntarily submit and call me father? Of course it's impossible. However, we can beat him until he shouts. Also, from the moment Ling Xiao saw Qin Wupa, he had some vague guesses. A person of the ghost clan would not appear in this barren land of the Sheng state for no reason. For him to appear here, there must be some cause and effect. Plus, Qin Wupa's luck was terrifying. He most likely came to the western border with great fortune and opportunity. Thinking about it this way, could it be related to Xia Qin or the soul-sucking ghost pearl? This treasure was the most precious treasure of the ghost clan. Its grade had already surpassed the setting of this world. To any ghost martial artist, this treasure was not only a great fortune, but also a great threat. The soul-sucking ghost pearl could also suck the original soul. Only he did not know if this Qin Wupa was the evildoer of the ghost clan that was killed by Xia Qin. If he was, then this game would be much more interesting. As the saying goes, if I don't enter hell, who will? However, even if I, Ling Xiao, am in hell, I will still be the ancestor of all ghosts. But, Master, that Qin Wushuang has always been protective of his people, and he has a strong and overbearing personality. Once you get into a conflict with Qin Wupa, I am afraid. Xiao Beifa seemed to be somewhat worried. He stared at Ling Xiao with his scarlet eyes and said, "It's okay. Even if there is a conflict, I believe Wushuang will stand in front of me." Ling Xiao shook his head and walked out of the palace. If Qin Wushuang had not returned to the palace and said something, most likely Qin Wupa would not be in such a hurry to deal with him. Therefore, the current Qin Wushuang probably did not trust him as much as before. A fifth-grade divine king was still all right, and the identity of a soul martial artist of the ghost clan was naturally more threatening to ordinary martial artists. But to Ling Xiao, haha, do you think my ancient Panga stone is just a decoration? My divine soul has already reached the Emperor realm. Are you surprised? Don't worry, not only can my divine soul crush you, I also have the most precious treasure of your ghost clan. Are you surprised? When you show your fangs and reveal your identity. Eh? Qin Wushuang? Little brother, so you are the evil devil. I have obtained both women and the imperial court, but you have failed miserably. You want to play tricks with me? Wupa, remember your identity. You are just a little brother. I, Ling Xiao, am your brother-in-law. Chapter 477. Great Qin Imperial Palace, Great Peace Palace. Qin Wupa looked at the personal servant before him with a calm expression and waved his hand lightly. You may leave. Yes, young master. Only when the personal servant had walked far away, a trace of gloominess flashed across his eyes. Currently, there were still 4 armored guards standing inside the palace. All of them were at the divine general stage. Only their expressions appeared extremely wooden and even empty. Clearly, Qin Wupa had already absorbed their divine souls, and they were completely puppets. Ling Xiao must not die in his palace. It was because if he did, the Blood Dragon Palace would certainly rebel. Xiao Beifa's prestige in the army was truly frightening. Therefore, even if he wanted to trample this ant to death, he must have a proper reason. I invited you to my palace for a banquet out of kindness, yet you exposed your identity as a devil and killed my guards. You even took away their divine souls. Devil. Of course, such a method lacked a degree of credibility. After all, it was Qin Wupa who invited Ling Xiao. Why would he suddenly transform into a devil? Therefore, to make the world believe, to make Qin Wushuang believe in this scheme, he was the most important bargaining chip. By that time, he only needed to die and have his divine soul taken away. Then, this pot would be firmly held. After all, with Qin Wupa dead, who would suspect that he deliberately framed Ling Xiao? As for why the latter had suddenly transformed into a devil, who would care? In the end, all of his excuses would only be sophistry. This scheme could be said to be perfect. By that time, For sure Qin Wushuang would be enraged and kill Ling Xiao. It would be reasonable and reasonable. Everyone had the right to kill a devil. Even Xiao Beifa and the Blood Dragon Palace would not dare to protect a devil that ate people, right? Even if they betrayed, there would be the holy sect to suppress them. Colluding with the devil and bringing disaster to the world, they should be killed. It was rumored that the divine emissary of the holy sect was at the western border. If he heard of this matter, he would certainly come to investigate. Since Qin Wupa was dead and his divine soul had disappeared, even a ninth-stage divine emperor would not be able to see any clues. Then there was only one answer. Ling Xiao was indeed a demon. Although this method was cumbersome and laborious, it was absolutely foolproof. Moreover, it could shift the blame of the Jinnan Wang mansion's extermination onto Ling Xiao and his henchmen. Why not? Wonderful. I, Qin Wupa, am indeed worthy of standing on the second floor. What holy religion? What Ling Xiao? You are all just lowly ants with short-sightedness. Whatever I want you to see, you can only obediently see it. As for me, I only need to change my physical body, change my identity, and this world will still be mine. Reporting to young master, Dragon Lord Ling Xiao has arrived. Suddenly, the voice of an attendant came from outside the palace. Qin Wupa's mouth immediately curled into a smile. Hugging the black cat beast, he walked towards the outside of the palace. Hee, Dragon Lord. Prince Soulless. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. His handsome face seemed to be filled with immortal splendor. Within 3 feet of his body, spiritual energy surged uncontrollably, forming countless divine shadows above his head. Not knowing why, Qin Wupa had an illusion that the Ling Xiao he saw now was somewhat different from before. However, with his attainments in soul, he only needed to take a glance to see that this person was indeed Ling Xiao. Could it be that I am overthinking? In the end, Qin Wupa shook his head and led Ling Xiao to his seat. Then he ordered the maidservants to serve the wine and dishes. Ling Xiao also had a calm look. His face was always smiling, as if he did not hold a grudge against Qin Wupa because of the previous unpleasantness between the two of them. Dragon Lord, I have always been very curious. Where have you been in these 3 years? Qin Wupa filled Ling Xiao's cup with wine. His pale face carried a trace of doubt. In his arms, the black cat beast was quietly nestled. Although there was no demonic aura on its body, its pair of dark blue eyes were somewhat strange. I went to the Great Xia. Ling Xiao's voice was neither sad nor happy. He lowered his head and took a sip of wine. The two of them chatted idly. At this moment, the maidservants in the Hall of Quiet Peace had all been sent away by Qin Wupa. Only 4 armored guards were left. Hee, Dragon Lord, please drink first. I suddenly remembered something. Wupa will be back soon. Qin Wupa stood up and suddenly smiled apologetically at Ling Xiao. Carrying the black cat, he walked out of the hall. From the beginning to the end, Ling Xiao did not even look at him. However, the corner of his mouth faintly raised. As expected, a child of destiny behind the scenes would not easily reveal his identity unless it was absolutely necessary. Tonight, the great Qin Imperial Palace would probably be very lively. However, a mere 5th-grade divine king, a divine king with a weak physical body who only cultivated his divine spirit. Ling Xiao did not take him seriously from the beginning to the end. All schemes and tricks were meaningless in the face of absolute strength. What's more, I've long since grown tired of your tricks. What do you have to fight with me? There was no right or wrong in the path of cultivation. Everyone was just fighting for luck and fortune. In a ruin, 2 people were fighting. Whoever won would be righteous. The so-called heavenly fate was just being protected by the heavenly Tao, who said that he had to be honest and kind. If one was selfless, no one would be able to walk to the end of this path. Therefore, those supreme experts who stood at the peak of the world were probably not as benevolent and kind as they were now when they were weak. When Ling Xiao finished the last drop of wine in the cup and placed the cup on the table, a bright smile suddenly bloomed on his face. At this moment, the entire Jingon Hall was suddenly filled with a majestic spiritual aura, isolating this place from the outside world. The 4 armored guards also drew their sabers and surrounded Ling Xiao. However, these 4 people were all divine generals. It was obvious that Qin Wupa's goal was not to kill him. Thinking about it, if something really happened to him in Jingon Hall, not only would Qin Wupa suffer, but Qin Wushuang would also be implicated. This was definitely not the original intention of the main character behind the scenes. They believed in a perfect plan to play the world in the palm of their hands. Originally, all the good and evil in this world were decided by them. However, you could not see it. I am sitting right here. Do you dare to kill me? Ling Xiao picked up the wine pot and refilled his cup. At this moment, he could clearly feel that there was no fluctuation of divine spirit from the 4 people in front of him. In other words, they were not controlled by a spiritual seal at all. Instead, their divine spirits were directly extracted. At this moment, they were still alive only because there was a wisp of Qin Wupa's divine spirit in their soul seas. There were 4 cameras, and 4 cameras that could be cut off at any time. Up to this point, Ling Xiao had already guessed what Qin Wupa wanted to do. In the entire Jingon Hall, there was only him and these 4 guards. They were dead, and their divine spirits were extracted. Who was the main culprit? Of course, it was Ling Xiao. Interesting. This son of destiny had some brains and was different from those in the past. No wonder he was the main character behind the scenes. Chapter 478. Good wine. Ling Xiao took a sip of the wine. He still had no intention of making a move. He could kill the 4 divine generals with a wave of his hand. However, even if he didn't make a move, Qin Wupa wouldn't be able to hurt him. Otherwise, wouldn't his plan be for naught? In the rear hall of the Qin Palace, in front of Qin Wushuang's bedroom, Qin Wupa hugged the black cat and frowned slightly. Why hasn't Ling Xiao made a move yet? His original intention was to cause a commotion in the Jingon Palace and cause a commotion. Then it would be time for him to perform. However, at this moment, that bastard didn't have any intention of making a move. Inexplicably, Qin Wupa felt a trace of uneasiness. Could it be that Ling Xiao saw through his intentions? So what if he saw through it? If you don't make a move, I'll do it myself. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound came from the Jingon Palace. The 4 guards who were originally approaching Ling Xiao suddenly attacked each other in pairs. Spiritual light shot up into the sky and almost overturned the main hall. Instantly, the entire Qin Palace was filled with countless powerful auras. One figure after another stepped out of the palace and headed toward Jing and Hall at high speed. At this moment, Ling Xiao just looked at the 4 guards who had died miserably on the ground. The corner of his mouth curled up into a sinister smile. Then, his figure suddenly disappeared from the main hall. Ling Xiao, let's see how you explain yourself this time. Looking at the spiritual light that cut through the sky, Qin Wupa's mouth curled up and his eyes flickered, and the soul world that was originally shrouding Jingon Palace disappeared in an instant. After all, with Ling Xiao's strength, it was impossible for him to break through his soul world. Moreover, many god emperors of the great Qin Empire had noticed the commotion here. It was too late for him to run. Such a perfect plan. Just thinking about it made people feel proud. Without any effort, he used only 4 puppets to eliminate the biggest threat. As for the spiritual fire on his body, there were probably no more than 3 people in the great Qin Empire who knew the secret. Right now, Ling Xiao was in the Qin Palace. Even if he died, his corpse would definitely be closely guarded. As for Qin Wupa, he only needed to hide beside Qin Wushuang, and he would always find a chance to approach Ling Xiao. Everything was flawless and flawless. Even if the Holy Church's divine master came personally, there was only one evil demon in the great Qin Imperial Palace, and that was Ling Xiao. I said it. Qin Wupa, Ghost Clan, little smarty. Next, it's time for the fatal blow. Qin Wupa sneered. Suddenly, his figure swept out and dashed towards Qin Wushuang's bedroom. At the same time, his voice boomed, filled with fear and helplessness. Ling Xiao, my sister won't let you off. His figure was directly sent flying, crashing through the palace doors. Just as he was in midair, his soul left his body and entered the body of the cat beast in his arms. A faint blue light flashed through the cat's eyes, and a hint of human coldness flashed through the corner of its mouth. The timing was reasonable, and the expression was on point. Perfect. Qin Wupa sneered inwardly. Now, this plan was completely over. The 4 great imperial guards died tragically. Their souls were taken, and many god-emperors surrounded Ling Xiao. He was born with a weak body, and under the protection of the imperial guards he ran here. However, he was still hit by Ling Xiao's evil technique, and his body died and his soul scattered. This black cat beast was his favorite when he was alive. His sister would definitely cherish it and keep it by her side, thinking of him whenever she saw it. This way, spiritual fire and whatnot could be taken away at any time. Everything was connected, and it was a precise deployment. Whoopa! Qin Wushuang's pretty face was stunned, and then it suddenly turned pale. He took a step forward and landed beside Qin Wupa. Seeing this scene, Qin Wupa's mouth instantly curved into a smile. He exerted force with his 4 paws and threw himself into Qin Wushuang's arms. However, just as he was about to pretend to be pitiful with a look of enjoyment, his eyes hardened. At this moment, above the palace, a white-robed figure was looking at him with a faint smile. That's right, he was not looking at the corpse on the ground, but at the black cat he took over. Ling Xiao! How was this possible? At this moment, Qin Wupa was suddenly confused. There was even a moment when he suspected that this Ling Xiao had a twin brother? Or else, how could the aura of these 2 people be exactly the same? Beep, the destined child's heart trembled. Congratulations to the host for plundering 500 luck points. Villain points, 5,000 points. What did I say? Ling Xiao shook his head with a smile and walked to Qin Wushuang's side. The show is about to start. Ling Xiao! Quick! Save my brother! Qin Wushuang looked helplessly at Ling Xiao. Her beautiful eyes were filled with pleading. Just a moment ago, Ling Xiao suddenly visited and discussed some matters of the great Qin kingdom with her. Originally, Qin Wushuang was against it. After all, she was the ruler of a dynasty. Now it was already midnight. This dragon lord had not left the palace for a long time, so it would definitely attract gossip. Regarding this, Ling Xiao did not care and said that there would be a wonderful show tonight in the Qin palace. However, Qin Wushuang never dreamed that the good show that Ling Xiao was talking about was the death of her brother Wupa. Wait, what did Wushu mean by shouting that sentence just now? What, Ling Xiao? My sister will not let you go. Wupa meant that he was killed by Ling Xiao. But how was that possible? Tonight, Ling Xiao had been in her palace and did not leave at all. Could it be that an evil demon had transformed into his appearance and attacked Wupa? He's completely dead. Even his soul was taken away. Hiss, what a vicious method. Ling Xiao shook his head and sighed. However, he did not hide the smile on his face. The one who went to Jing and palace was naturally his purple qi, stainless Dao body. Previously, Ling Xiao did not know what method Qin Wupa would use to deal with him. However, he was a villain. Of course, he had to be very careful. Regardless of whether he was going to use force or pin the blame on him, Ling Xiao was fully prepared. If he used force, the 3 great god emperors would be on standby. Ling Xiao could also enter and hide at any time. Even if this ghost clan demon's methods were terrifying and Ling Xiao was no match for him, it would only be his divine body that died. It would not affect his main body at all. As for framing him, in the entire Qin palace, only Qin Wushuang could be framed by Qin Wupa. So, Wushuang, tonight's moon is good. Looking at the moon, I miss you. What? Wupa, Hearing this, Qin Wushuang's delicate body trembled, and she almost fell to the ground. However, Ling Xiao held her in his arms. Seeing this scene, the black cat beast that was sandwiched between the two of them had a trace of extreme hatred in its eyes. Damn it! What was going on? Why were there two Ling Xiaos with the same aura in this world? With Qin Wupa's experience, he naturally knew that there were some techniques in this world that could be cultivated to the extreme and create many clones. However, such techniques were classics even in the upper realm. How could a mere ant from the lower realm control it? Chapter 479. Don't worry, the most important thing now is to find Wupa's murderer. I think this must be related to the massacre of the South Garden King's mansion. Ling Xiao patted Qin Wushuang's shoulder lightly and comforted her in a low voice. Seeing the intimate interaction between the two, Qin Wupa could no longer hide the killing intent in his cat eyes. However, once his identity was exposed, not only would he lose Qin Wushuang, he would also be surrounded and killed by the experts of the Qin Palace. What can I do? I also want to King kill this bastard who comforted my sister. However, didn't my plan fail? Even now, Qin Wupa still didn't know why he failed. However, this feeling made him terrified. For the first time, he miscalculated. Is it related to father's death? Qin Wushuang's eyes flashed with tears. Previously, she had some doubts about Qin Wupa. However, now that she saw him die, Qin Wushuang suddenly felt that life didn't have much meaning anymore. If it weren't for the hatred in her heart, Qin Wushuang would have died with her brother. I know you are sad, Wushuang. I know that no matter how I comfort you, it will be difficult to heal the scar in your heart. However, believe me, I will find the murderer who killed your father and brother. Ling Xiao sighed. His eyes seemed to be filled with sadness. He hugged Qin Wushuang even more tightly. If it weren't for the fact that he had enough confidence in his divine soul possession technique, Qin Wupa would have suspected that he was deliberately trying to kill him. Wushuang, no matter what happens, I will stand behind you. Don't cry. You are the ruler of the Great Qin and the future empress of the western border. You still have people to protect. Let us work together to find this evil demon who is causing havoc in the world. For the world, we will kill this demon. Ling Xiao's voice was impassioned. His body seemed to be filled with celestial light. Qin Wushuang's state of mind was already in chaos. She was no longer as cold and domineering as before. After hearing such touching words, a trace of exhaustion appeared on her beautiful face. Fortunately, I met you. Yes. Qin Wushuang's voice was very soft. Then, as if she was discouraged, she leaned her face on Ling Xiao's shoulder and could no longer suppress the tears in her eyes. Ling Xiao, I beg you, you must help me find the demon that killed my father and brother. As long as you can find the real culprit, I'm willing to give myself to you to repay your kindness. Wushuang, what are you talking about? Do you think that I, Ling Xiao, am the kind of person who would take advantage of others when they are weak? Are you looking down on me? I helped you take revenge because I don't want you to be depressed. As for the marriage, let's talk about it later. Ling Xiao spoke with a righteous tone that even contained anger. On the contrary, it made the tears in Qin Wushuang's beautiful eyes surge violently. Damn! Shameless! I, Qin Wupa, have lived for hundreds of years and have never seen such a shameless person. If you are not after Qin Wushuang's beauty, why are you hugging him so tightly? Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of wind breaking suddenly came from the distant sky. Immediately, a few figures with terrifying auras descended from the sky. They were surrounded by boundless spiritual power. The leaders were actually two God Emperor experts. One of them was an elder with a head full of white hair who was dressed in a black robe. His cultivation had reached the 6th-stage God Emperor realm. He was the strongest person in the Great Qin Imperial Palace, the great heavenly official, Hu Yan. The remaining person was dressed in heavy armor. He had thick eyebrows and heavy eyes. His righteous aura was like the rising sun that intimidated the universe. This person was the great commander of the Imperial Guards, Yan Zheng, a fifth-stage God Emperor expert. These two people were loyal to Qin Wushuang. In other words, they were not loyal to Qin Wushuang himself, but the master of the great Qin Empire. Originally, Qin Wupa wanted to use these two people to get rid of Ling Xiao. However, it seemed that there was a problem in one of the links. Emperor Hu Yan and Hu Yan looked at Ling Xiao, Qin Wushuang, and Qin Wupa, who was lying on the ground. The words that were about to come out of their mouths suddenly became hesitant. Great heavenly official, what happened at the Jing Palace? Qin Wushuang's pretty face froze slightly. She wiped away the tears on her face without leaving a trace and asked with a cold expression, Emperor, there are traces of a fight in the Jing Palace. For divine generals were killed and their divine souls were taken away. Hu Yan sighed lightly. He seemed to be confused. Is it the same? Great heavenly official, did you find anything else? Qin Wushuang frowned. The uneasiness in her heart grew heavier. Where did this demon come from? How could he come and go as he pleased in the heavily guarded Qin Imperial Palace? No, this is what puzzles this official. With this official's and Commander Yan's perception, the two of us sealed off the entire Qin Palace the moment there was an abnormality in Jing Palace. However, the strange thing is that we did not see any suspicious aura escape or appear. Hu Yan looked coldly at Ling Xiao. In the next moment, his eyes suddenly froze. Damn! All of a sudden, he seemed to have discovered an incredible secret. Qin Wupa's death was clearly the same as the 4 divine generals. Apart from the Celestial Emperor, only Ling Xiao was left here. Obviously, these two people were the most suspicious. Or could it be that Qin Wupa had seen something he should not have seen and was killed by the Emperor and Ling Xiao? Haha, this is really strange. Wushuang and I have been in this palace all this time and we did not feel any strange movements. Could it be that this young Master Wupa committed suicide? Ling Xiao grinned. He glanced at the black cat beast in Qin Wushuang's arms with his clear eyes. Indeed, he could not see when Qin Wupa had taken over this little beast. The methods of the Ghost Clan were indeed strange and unpredictable. However, no matter who you took over, the 3,000 points of luck in your body was like the sun in the night sky, dazzling and dazzling. This, Hu Yan and Yan Zheng looked at each other. However, they did not speak. This matter was strange. If he was not killed by Ling Xiao and the Emperor, then this Qin Wupa could have really committed suicide. But what was going on with the 4 guards? Also, just now, the guard said that tonight Qin Wupa was hosting a banquet in the palace to invite Ling Xiao. You have been in the palace all this time? Emperor, you were really in the palace with the Dragon Master? Yan Zheng frowned. This did not make sense. That's right. However, after hearing Qin Wushuang's confirmation, the great commander of the Imperial Guards also understood. Those guards definitely did not have the guts to lie to him. Therefore, there was a 90% chance that Ling Xiao had attended Qin Wupa's banquet. However, the emperor insisted that she and Ling Xiao had been in the palace all this time. What did this mean? It meant that the two of them were having an affair. What did it mean? She was indeed the great Qin demon emperor. She was so ruthless that she even killed her own brother. As for the evil demon, Qin Wushuang led an army of 200,000 to fight against the 3 dynasties. In the end, almost 1 million soldiers from both sides died. Only she survived. Was she evil enough? Therefore, in Hu Yan and Yan Zheng's eyes, this great Qin empress was evil enough. It shouldn't be. Who could hide and escape from a 6th grade god emperor? I guess that evil demon must still be nearby. However, just as Hu Yan and Yan Zheng were about to leave, Ling Xiao suddenly shook his head and said with a serious expression, "Don't worry." Hearing this, Qin Wushuang nodded slightly. However, Hu Yan and Yan Zheng's expression instantly became dull. Dragon Master Ling Xiao, why are you acting? Chapter 480. Seeing the seriousness on Ling Zhao's face, a trace of disdain flashed across the eyes of the two great Qin god emperors. This demon was not just nearby. Wasn't he right in front of them? Qin Wupa's plan was not a complete failure. At the very least, in the eyes of the two great Qin god emperors, Ling Xiao was undoubtedly the most suspicious. After all, when he entered the Jingan Hall for the banquet, Qin Wupa and his 4 guards had their divine souls strangely extracted. You said you didn't kill him. Can't you act more realistically? At least point to the distance and tell us that the demon escaped there. However, Ling Xiao acted as if he had never been to the Jingan Hall, let alone seen any demon. However, although Qin Wupa had calculated many things correctly, he did not make Qin Wushuang fall into his trap. As such, even if everyone thought that Ling Xiao was a demon, she did not believe it. Naturally, it was useless. However, with the great sky official's cultivation, if that demon was hiding nearby, it would not be able to escape your eyes. Could it be that the demon is among us? Ling Xiao suddenly thought of something, and a trace of fear flashed across his face. Of course, he did not do all this for fun. Qin Wupa still had a lot of providence on him. Only by revealing the truth step by step and attacking his Tao heart would he be able to squeeze the sun of destiny from behind the scenes. Otherwise, how free do you think I am to act with you every day and get scolded by others? Are you going to give me a salary? Plunder providence to make myself stronger. This was a process in itself. As for whether there was a better way to become stronger in the future, that was a matter for the future. In short, the goal of all villains was strength. Hearing this, Hu Yan and Yan Zheng looked at each other. A trace of doubt flashed across the depths of their eyes. What was this Blood Hall Dragon Master, the honorable young master of the great Qin Empire, hiding in his gourd? Was he planning to reveal his identity step by step? Arrogant, simply arrogant. However, with the emperor colluding with him, as subjects, what could they do? Of course, they could only quietly watch him show off. Great heavenly official, am I right? Ling Xiao smiled indifferently, and Hu Yan could only smile along. Dragon Lord's words are reasonable. F***CK. If you want to pretend, just pretend. Why do you have to ask us to cooperate with you? Wasn't this exceptionally happy? Then, great heavenly official, who do you think is the devil among us? This old subject is slow-witted. I truly do not know. Hu Yan looked embarrassed, as if 10,000 alpacas were galloping through his heart. I know, but I don't dare to say it. Ha! The great heavenly official and Commander Yan are very loyal, so it can't be them. The Emperor and I have been drinking tea and admiring the moon in the palace all this time, so it can't be them either. Could it be this cat? Ling Xiao suddenly lowered his head and looked at the black cat beast in Qin Wushuang's arms. Instantly, everyone's gazes converged at the same time. On the other hand, Qin Wupa could only feel a chill spreading from the bottom of his heart. All the fur on his body instantly stood on end. Beep, the child of destiny, is afraid. Congratulations to host for plundering 500 luck points and 5,000 villain points. F***CK. How was this possible? Could it be that Ling Xiao had seen through it? That shouldn't be the case. My cultivation technique is a classic of the Ghost Clan. How could a mere ant from the lower bound see through it? And if that wasn't the case, it could only mean that this person was a fool. Such a strange way of thinking was simply intolerable. A cat was a murderous devil? Although he guessed right, he still couldn't shake off the fact that he was a fool. Indeed, when they heard Ling Xiao's words, Hu Yan and Yan Zheng's faces were first shocked. Then they laughed out loud. Ha! Dragon Lord's way of thinking really makes us blush with shame. This cat doesn't have a trace of demonic aura. No matter how you look at it, it looks like an ordinary house cat. If it's a devil, ha! Ling Xiao, this cat was raised by my brother Wu Pa since it was young. It can't even be considered a demonic beast. How can it be a devil? Qin Wushuang frowned and looked at Ling Xiao in confusion. Haha, I'm just joking. How about this? We still need to remember the devil from a long time ago. The dead are the most important. Why don't we bury Wupa first, and then slowly investigate? Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. A trace of sadness flashed across Qin Wushuang's beautiful eyes. Oh, since this cat was raised by Wupa since it was young, it must have a deep relationship with him. I suggest that we bury it together with Wupa. Hearing this, Qin Wushuang's expression froze, and the black cat in her arms suddenly had a trace of extreme fear in its eyes. F***CK. I suspect that you are deliberately targeting me. But why? Could it be that he really saw through the location of my soul? Suddenly, Qin Wupo's heart had a trace of strong uneasiness. Beep, the child of destinies is shaken. Congratulations to host for plundering 500 luck points and 5,000 villain points. Hearing the system notification, the smile on Ling Xiao's face grew wider. Then, before Qin Wushuang could open his mouth, he held Qin Wushuang in his hand. Wushuang, I am proficient in a type of secret technique. I can turn this beast into a puppet and maintain its appearance when it was alive. This way, it can stay with Wushuang. Sigh, since it grew up with Wupa, I think that if it has some intelligence, it must be heartbroken and want to go with him. Wushuang, look, it seems that it understood what I said. There are some tears in its eyes. Hearing this, Qin Wushuang looked at the black cat in Ling Xiao's hands with surprise. Indeed, she saw that its eyes seemed to be flashing with blue light and its eyes were a little red. All things have intelligence. Fine, since it wants to go, then let it go with little brother. Qin Wupa roared and struggled to break free from Ling Xiao's hands. Where did the tears come from? If not for the fact that Hu Yan and Yan Zheng were beside him, Qin Wupa would have used all his strength to kill Ling Xiao on the spot. Forget it. It is too cruel to turn him into a puppet. I have heard that a person who is killed by an evil spirit will have a great amount of resentment left in his body. If we want to help him step into reincarnation, we must cremate him. Only then will we be able to purify his resentment. Sir Hu, am I right? In the end, Ling Xiao sighed softly and turned to look at Hu Yan at the side. This cough. Hu Yan's expression changed several times. Finally, he replied ambiguously, It seems that there is such a saying in the barbarian race. This is the first time I heard that cremation can purify people's resentment. But what can I do? The two most powerful people in the great Qin Empire were obviously putting on a show for them. Whatever you say it is. Wushuang, what do you think? Ling Xiao's expression was extremely serious. However, his gaze was intentionally looking at Qin Wupa in his hands. The people behind the scenes are indeed tenacious and can endure. However, I want to see how long you can endure. For today's tragedy in the Qin Palace, there must be someone to take the blame. What Ling Xiao wanted to do was not to forcefully push the blame onto Qin Wupa. Instead, he wanted him to stand out and take the blame himself. This way, it would be firm and stable. He could also capture Qin Wushuang's good impression and turn her from a demon who supports her younger brother into a demon who serves her younger brother. Wouldn't that be great? Chapter 481. Ling Xiao, can you really help Wupu enter the cycle of reincarnation? To be honest, Qin Wushuang's mind was already in a mess. Qin Wupu died mysteriously in front of the main hall. Even Hu Yan and Yan Zheng did not notice anything wrong. Although she was an empress, she was still a woman. Today, Ling Xiao's actions made her heart, which had been cold for 10 years, feel a trace of warmth. So much so that now she was instinctively relying on this young man? I'm not sure. But Wushuang, as long as it's something that can help Wupu, I'll do it. Ling Xiao's expression was solemn. His body was surrounded by immortal clouds, looking like the light of righteousness. My body has merged with a spiritual fire of heaven and earth. This fire is the most yang in heaven and earth. It has a strong suppressive effect on resentment and evil arts. Leave it to me. I'll burn Wu Pu and this cat beast together with my natal fire. I'll purify his resentment and the remaining evil qi in his body. I won't let this little beast suffer any pain. Pucci. Even with Qin Wu Pu's state of mind, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. In the blink of an eye, he swallowed it down. Burn me with your natal fire? Help me enter the cycle of reincarnation? I'm not dead yet. Who are you sending to reincarnation? I don't need you. Suddenly, Qin Wupa felt that his plan wasn't targeted at Ling Xiao at all. He was courting death. Once his identity was exposed, his identity as the devil of the great Qin would be confirmed. However, if he did not expose himself, he would be burned by Ling Xiao immediately. Life is so difficult. Ling Xiao, I wronged you before. Today. Thank you. Qin Wushuang suddenly looked at Ling Xiao with her beautiful eyes. Instantly, Qin Wupu's suppressed heart overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Wushuang, you're treating me like an outsider. Have you forgotten that I said that in the future I'll be your support? Ling Xiao said affectionately with a warm smile. I can't take it. Ling Xiao, if I don't kill you today, what's the use of my cultivation? Qin Wupa roared in his heart, but he still didn't dare to make any rash moves. He could use his soul slaves to fight against 3 god emperors, but in that case, perhaps he would completely lose Great Qin's blueprint. 30 years. 30 years of hard work gone down the drain. He was unwilling to accept this, until Ling Xiao's body began to emit flames. That extreme yang aura instantly caused a trace of fear to appear in Qin Wupa's eyes. Heaven and earth spirit fire. The rumors were true. This young man had actually fused the spiritual fire into his body. Roar! At the moment of life and death, Qin Wupa no longer dared to hesitate. With a flash of his body, he broke free from Ling Xiao's grasp. But before he could escape, a brilliant smile bloomed on Ling Xiao's face. Finally, he couldn't hold it in any longer. Buzz! Monstrous spiritual radiance shone from the horizon. In a short instant, it transformed into an ancient diagram that covered the entire Qin palace. Above the ancient diagram, golden light shone brightly. Indistinct images of great lakes, mountains, and divine trees appeared. Immortal traces overlapped with each other, and it was indescribably marvelous. It was the great Zhou clan's inherited Tao treasure, the mountain and sea emperor's diagram, that Ling Xiao obtained when he killed the great Zhou ancestor. Since this diagram was regarded as an inheritance by the great Zhou Empire, its power was naturally extremely terrifying. Although Ning Tiants used the battle intent of millions of soldiers to slash it open that day. But if it was just one person, even a 6th or 7th grade god emperor would find it difficult to break it open. Qin Wupa's methods were strange and unpredictable, but a method was still a method. His current strength was only at the level of a god king. Therefore, when the cat flew to the horizon, it was still frightened by the divine diagram and fell back down. At this moment, looking at the cat flying in the sky, Qin Wushuang and the other 2 were already stunned. What did I just see? That cat flew to the sky? F***CK. Could it be that Ling Xiao was right? This cat is an evil demon. Haha, it seems that I was right. There's something wrong with this cat. From the beginning to the end, Ling Xiao's expression was very calm. A cat with luck, was there something wrong with it? This, Hu Yan and Yan Zheng looked at each other, and the emperor's aura around them surged like the sea. But just as the 2 of them were about to pounce on Qin Wupa, the latter's eyes suddenly shone with a dim light. Then a frightening scene appeared. 3 soul shadows suddenly stepped out from the void, and the aura on their bodies had also reached the emperor realm. But when they saw the appearance of the 3 people, not only Hu Yan and Yan Zheng, but also Qin Wushuang's pair of beautiful eyes instantly widened. Father! Father! Emperor! 3 exclamations resounded in the Qin palace. In the next moment, An extreme murderous intent suddenly appeared on Qin Wushuang's beautiful face. So, this cat was actually the culprit behind the massacre of the Lord of Jinnan's residence. Beep, the child of destiny, is strong, but he was not able to succeed. The plan has completely failed. Congratulations to the host for plundering 500 luck points and 5,000 villain points. Ling Xiao, I will kill you. At this moment, Qin Wupa's mood was more than just resentment. He had painstakingly planned for 30 years, but he did not expect that it would be destroyed by an ant from the lower realm. Most importantly, today's situation was set up by him. Now, it was not that he was willing to expose his identity, but if he did not use his trump card, he was afraid that he would be played to death by Ling Xiao. The golden array above his head was clearly a Dao artifact with terrifying power. If it was in the past, Qin Wupa naturally had 10,000 ways to break this treasure. With his strength, when he was alive, he only needed a thought to break the void. But now, if he wanted to escape this place, he could only kill Ling Xiao as soon as possible. As for those 3 soul servants, today most likely they would die here. Damn! After all this scheming, not only did he not manage to keep his trump card, he even lost a sister? Looking at Qin Wushuang's current appearance, it was obvious that he completely trusted Ling Xiao. Next, the direction of their relationship was very clear. Losing both his soul servant and sister, this was a huge loss. I didn't expect that you are the main culprit of the chaos in my great Qin Empire. Qin Wushuang's eyes also flashed with a strange light. Then, Ling Xiao's eyes were shocked to see that on the ground, there was suddenly ghost qi spreading. Many souls that had been dead for an unknown period of time began to climb out from the ground and stood in front of Qin Wushuang. In just a few breaths' time, there were already thousands of them. So this was how the great Qin Demon Emperor got his name? Ling Xiao's heart flashed with a flash of understanding. Qin Wupa roared angrily and turned into an afterimage, rushing towards him angrily. At the same time, the eyes of those 3 soul servants suddenly emitted a strange blue light. Each of them blocked Qin Wushuang and the other 2. Wu Ho Ghost Realm, a light reprimand, as if it came from the underworld, contained the intent of death. Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. Just when he was about to summon the realm, he realized that the world in front of him suddenly changed. Darkness filled the heaven and earth. Faintly, it seemed as if 10,000 ghost shadows walked out from the underworld. Ling Xiao stood in the same place. There was not much panic on his face. The ghost realm in front of him was similar to his dark, forbidden zone. It was completely formed by the power of Dao. However, Dao was a supreme divine ability. Even Ling Tian, with his terrifying luck and powerful model, could not achieve this. Obviously, this person from the Ghost Clan must have had a great background when he was alive. Chapter 482. Small Tricks. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently and suddenly raised his palm. In the sky above the ghost realm, a lightning sun suddenly bloomed with divine radiance. The countless ghosts that were roaring ferociously suddenly screamed. Ling Xiao waved his hand, and the sun suddenly crushed the void and suppressed the 10,000 ghosts. Against such evil beings, the power of Yang was naturally the most effective. The complete lightning law was overbearing. Therefore, before the thunder sun had even descended, there were already ghostly shadows hissing and roaring, disappearing into nothingness. However, it was at this moment that a soul seal flickering with a dim light suddenly appeared from the sea of ghosts and pressed down on them. There seemed to be evil runes engraved on it, and it contained endless power. The heaven and earth trembled, and ghost energy swept across the sky. The soul seal and the sun collided, and the entire heaven and earth shattered like a mirror. Ling Xiao's eyes darkened and looked at the endless ghosts. At the end of the darkness, a thin soul shadow had appeared out of nowhere. He stood there, commanding the 10,000 ghosts to submit and the lightning to disappear. Qin Wupa. Ling Xiao's expression was calm, but his heart was heavy. He hit his cultivation level, but he was still only at the Divine Lord level. And this Qin Wupa was a 5th grade Divine King. If it was in the outside world, he had countless ways to kill him. However, in this ghost world, the combat power of the Ghost Clan was obviously more terrifying. Furthermore, Ling Xiao still had a selfish motive in his heart. Qin Wupa was indeed a ghost, but his current identity was still Qin Wushuang's brother. Even if he committed a heinous crime, even Qin Wushuang would not forgive him. However, if he died in Ling Xiao's hands, Qin Wushuang would definitely feel troubled. If he wanted the Empress to submit and be used by him, it would be best if Ling Xiao could quietly eliminate him. Your brother was killed by a demon, and the one I killed was a demon, not Qin Wupa. As such, with the destiny in their hands and their cousin in their hands, who would really care about the true identity of this evil demon? Cousin, I'm lacking love too. Ling Xiao, you really make me angry. Qin Wupa's face was cold and his eyes were a strange ice blue. Although he was only a divine soul, the ghost energy around him still made the heaven and earth gloomy and the temperature extremely cold. Endless ghost energy formed thousands of ghosts outside his body. The shrill and evil ghost screams seemed to come from the bottom of one's heart. Before the battle even started, it was already terrifying. A 5th grade Divine King was invincible among the younger generation in Shenzhou. This was what Gue Wupa relied on, and also the proof of his talent. Ling Xiao, do I look like a pig? However, what made Gue Wupu slightly surprised was that Ling Xiao's face did not show much panic from the beginning to the end. It was as if he knew his identity and strength. How was that possible? The plot should not be like this. Shouldn't his eyes tremble, his body tremble, and then say a few words like, "You can't kill me, otherwise I won't let you go," and then be killed by me in a single move? Buzz. If I don't kill you today, I, Gue Wupa, will be ashamed of being the 3rd successor of the Ghost Clan. Qin Wupa, oh, it should be Gue Wupa, suddenly opened an evil vertical eye in the middle of his forehead. Black light flowed and formed a seal in the air, suppressing Ling Xiao. The seal was surrounded by ghost heads. There was a blood-red light on it, and the heavens and earth were like dragons swimming around. Wherever the black seal passed, thousands of ghosts followed. It was extremely eerie. Qin Wupa used the most powerful superpower of the Ghost Clan, the curse of 10,000 ghosts. Under the seal, even if it was a human race divine king powerhouse, they would definitely perish too. However, looking at the seal that crushed the void, Ling Xiao's face did not show the slightest bit of panic. Wind and lightning whistled behind him, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Boom! In the next moment, the ghost seal fell. The void seemed to be unable to withstand such power and instantly cracked. On the other hand, Ling Xiao's figure appeared several feet away. "Hide! Let's see how long you can hide," Gue Wupa shouted coldly. The black seal in his vertical eye condensed again. However, no matter what he did, Ling Xiao did not fight him head-on. He just kept dodging. "Ling Xiao, do you think you can hide? In my limitless ghost realm, no matter where you hide, you can't escape from my divine soul." Gue Wupa laughed coldly. His eyebrows were gloomy. "It's okay. I just need to delay until Wushuang and the rest kill your soul slaves." Ling Xiao stood in the void. The 2 wings behind him, one green and one silver, were beautiful and magical. "Ha ha ha ha. Ling Xiao, you underestimate me. Do you really think if I wasn't confident I would stay to kill you?" Gue Wupa's eyes flashed with evil. Then he grinned at Ling Xiao. "Actually, I should thank you. As long as I can absorb your divine soul, I will have a new identity. Ling Xiao, thank you for risking your life to merge with the spiritual fire for me and subdue the Blood Dragon Temple. Tell me, how should I express my gratitude?" "Oh, you're so confident that you can keep this realm intact under the attack of 3 emperor gods?" Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. The smile on his face grew wider. Gue Wupa's brain was indeed good, unlike Lin Shi. Tianming, who came from a small mountain village, had a good temperament. It was just that he lacked foresight. As for Gue Wupa, a demon from the upper world, he had seen a lot of storms. Therefore, they could always find the key to breaking through. That's right. At this moment, Gue Wupa was a stranger. With his identity exposed, his name as a demon was confirmed. However, as long as he could take over Ling Zhao's body, it would be a new situation. Even Ling Zhao's previous efforts could be considered as a wedding dress for him. However, this is a good idea, but are you sure you can kill me? Ha 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 ha. Ling Xiao, although I don't know how you can pretend to be so calm, I have to admit that you're smarter than all the humans I've met. Gue Wupa smiled eerily. However, with your knowledge, I'm afraid it's difficult for you to understand the true meaning of the upper world. The emperor gods of the Shenzhou continent only know how to cultivate spiritual energy. They don't know what a divine soul is. Well, since you want to give your body to me, I'll let you die with some understanding. This realm is called Wuqiu. It's formed by a wisp of dark ghost qi from the 9th level of the underworld. If you want to break this realm, you must offer a sacrifice to the Lord of the underworld. Therefore, haha, only one person can walk out of this realm each time. To be honest, I, Gue Wupa, have been roaming the Azure world for 373 years. I've killed tens of thousands of living beings in this realm and turned thousands of ghosts into my slaves. I've never tasted defeat in my life. Ling Xiao, there's no need to struggle. I'll give you a quick death. As soon as he finished speaking, a ghostly fog appeared in Gue Wupa's vertical eyes. Behind him, a ghostly figure seemed to appear out of thin air. Evil patterns rippled around its body. As its aura burst out, there was an indescribable majestic force that covered the heavens and earth. Wait. However, just as Gue Wupa took a step forward and was about to rush towards Ling Xiao, the latter's lips suddenly curled into a smile. I want to ask you 2 questions. Chapter 483. Ling Xiao, stop your futile struggle. As I said, no one in the Shenzhou can break through this realm. Today you must die. Gue Wupu shook his head, his tone indifferent, as if he was the ghost lord who controlled the cycle of life, mysterious and imposing. No, I'm just curious. You've never been defeated in your life. So how did you end up in this desolate land? Ling Xiao frowned and looked at Gue Wupu with a serious expression. I'm already invincible in the upper realm, so I wanted to experience the lower realm. Why, my grandson is called Xiachen. Do you know him? Before Gue Wupu could finish his sentence, Ling Xiao interrupted him with a faint smile. What? In an instant, Gue Wupu's face turned pale. Seeing the fear and hatred in his eyes, Ling Xiao had an answer in his heart. Obviously, the reason why a ghost clan genius with so much luck ended up in this realm was most likely karma. As the biggest stepping stone in and out of the movie, the only thing Ling Xiao had that was related to the ghost clan was the soul-sucking ghost pearl. Gue Wupu was most likely the ghost clan genius that was killed by Xia Chen. The reason why his providence was higher than Xia Chen's was probably because he was going to die earlier than Xia Chen. The higher his cultivation level, the higher his providence would be. In this life, the 2 of them were supposed to fight for the heavenly fate. Unfortunately, they met Ling Xiao one after the other. Therefore, karma was something that, once tainted, would lead to retribution. Who are you? Gue Wupu exhaled softly, his expression gradually calming down. Xia Chen's name was not known to anyone in this realm. No wonder he felt uneasy when he first saw Ling Xiao. It was obvious that this seemingly weak human ant was hiding some secrets that he didn't know. That's right. In his previous life, he died at the hands of Xia Chen. In other words, he was only a wisp of his soul that had managed to escape. He had borrowed the power of the soul-devouring ghost orb to descend to the lower realm. Back when he was killed by Xia Chen, he had used the soul-devouring Ghostly Pearl's artifact soul as a medium to shatter the void and open up a realm rift. Only then had a wisp of his soul escaped and possessed the body of this young Marquis of Great Qin who was born with a missing soul and was called trash by others. According to the original plot, Gui Wupu should have used this body to secretly rise up and finally become destiny. Unfortunately, he had arrived in a world of great strife and encountered Ling Xiao. In the Shenzhou, monstrous geniuses had emerged in large numbers, and the mandate of heaven was everywhere. Who could fight against the Tao of heaven and stand at the top of the world? No one could say for sure until the very end. However, to be able to step on the heaven's wills and become a paragon, one would definitely become the true main character of this vast world. Sometimes, Ling Xiao would wonder why there were so many children of destiny in a mere small and desolate region of the lower realms. Could there be other secrets hidden in the Shenzhou continent? Look at what this is. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His eyes overflowed with blood-red light. The soul-devouring, ghostly pearl instantly broke through the air and quietly floated 3 feet above his head. Saint Pearl! Gui Wupu's expression changed drastically. His already pale face was completely drained of blood. He guessed that this young man named Ling Xiao in front of him had an extraordinary background. It was even possible that he came from the same realm as him. However, he could not figure out how the ghost race's sacred artifact had ended up in this young man's hands. Beep. The child of destiny's Tao heart is unstable. Congratulations to the host for plundering 500 luck points and 5,000 villain points. So I guess I won't die today. Ling Xiao smiled eerily. Spiritual light shot up into the sky from his body. The soul-devouring, ghostly pearl suddenly emitted a demonic, blood-red light. It was like a red cloud that covered thousands of miles of the sky and dyed the world in its color. Under the blood-red light, thousands of ghosts mourned and turned into soul lights that were devoured by the soul-devouring, ghostly pearl. However, to Ling Xiao's surprise, after the initial shock, Gui Wupu's lips suddenly curled into a smile. Then he directly reached out his palm and gently touched the blood-red light that had devoured countless soul slaves in this realm. Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly and his brows furrowed. He was more or less on guard against this monster from the Ghost Clan. Gui Wupu was the strongest opponent he had encountered so far, whether in terms of temperament or strength. Moreover, the prodigies of the upper realm were not something that the country bumpkins of the Shenzhou could compare to. Ling Xiao, I really want to thank you more and more, Gui Wupu said softly. Ghostly patterns wrapped around his pale white palm and converged into a curse seal that pressed down on the blood-red light. The expected vibration in the void did not appear. Not even a trace of spiritual power was released. The blood-red light that was originally terrifying suddenly stopped. Then it directly turned into a rain of blood that sprinkled from the sky and disappeared without a trace. I used my original soul to nourish this pearl for 203 years and finally helped it to give birth to a strand of soul consciousness, evolving into spiritual intelligence. Back then, it was because of this pearl soul that I was able to escape at the critical moment and was reborn. Gui Wupu muttered to himself. His gaze was gentle as he reached out with both hands and caught the falling blood-red light. Even if its soul is now broken, but how could it bear to hurt me? Ling Xiao, thank you. No matter who you are or how you got this pearl, I should thank you for returning it to me. You really are the owner of this pearl. Ling Xiao nodded and chuckled. He was not the least bit flustered by his attack being blocked. The soul-sucking ghost pearl was indeed a trump card in his hand, but he had more than one trump card. It's over. Gui Wupu stood with his hands behind his back and looked up at Ling Xiao. The soul light in his vertical eye turned into a palm that covered the sky and enveloped the entire realm. Under the palm, heaven and earth were overturned and there was no escape. But this time, Ling Xiao had no intention of dodging, since the World God Emperor could not break it and Gui Wupu could not remove it, he naturally had no more scruples. The void began to darken and gradually turned dark. It was as if all the light in the world had been swallowed up. A black moon began to float in Ling Zhao's eyes, and Dao sounds began to resound around him. Boom! But before he could do anything, the soul palm had already swept across. It completely suppressed him and the entire realm. Gue Wupu's eyes flashed with a smile. It was a sincere smile. Since the soul-sucking ghost pearl was here, it did not matter who he was or what he was scheming. As long as he could take back the Saint Pearl, no one in this realm would be a match for him. Devouring the souls of all living beings in this realm to forge his path to becoming a supreme being. Now, it seemed that this tribulation was his good fortune. Buzz! But just as Gue Wupu was pondering, and a smile gradually appeared on his face, suddenly, an ear-piercing buzzing sound came from the Wu-Ho ghost realm. Immediately after, he was dumbstruck when he saw a wisp of deep and dark, devilish light flickering at the place where the soul palm landed. Then, thousands of demonic lights shot up into the sky and pierced through the firmament. Along with the soul palm, it was smashed into pieces. Chapter 484. This aura! Gue Wupa's eyes were gloomy, and his face finally turned serious. However, when he saw the figure that walked out of the soul light, his eyes inexplicably showed a trace of extreme fear. The demonic aura that was like the sea seemed to cover up all the light in the world. The world lost its color, and there were no more immortals or gods in the world. The river and the sea went against the current, and only I controlled the world. The demonic cultivator overturned the immortal path and broke the firmament. After going through all the calamities, I raised my head to the 9 heavens. That kind of domineering aura that looked down on the world was natural, and it came from the heart. It was not something that could be cultivated. This was a great demon, so great that it could kill immortals and gods, change the cycle of reincarnation, and even suppress the heavenly Tao. Beat the chosen one is afraid. Congratulations to the host for plundering 500 luck points and 5,000 villain points. How can this be? How can there be such a ferocious demon in the lower realm? Even with Gue Wupa's experience, he still could not tell that the person in front of him was not a great demon. It was the only true demon in the world, the immemorial sky demon. Gue Wupa knew this name. In the upper realm, no one dared to mention its true name. As for why so many people in the desolate, holy state knew about the sky demon and called it by its name, the ignorant were fearless. 300 years ago, the sky demon came to the Shengzhou and massacred the world. Not long after, the sky demon was killed by the Holy Church, and the Master God became an immortal in the eyes of the world. After that, the believers of the Holy Church went out of the central border and preached everywhere, talking about the Master God's great achievement of killing the sky demon. For the people of the Shengzhou, they did not know the true power of the sky demon, so they probably did not know the true strength of this primordial demon. Ignorant ants who could not even raise their heads, how could they know the vastness of the world? In fact, Gue Wupu would scoff at the mention of the heavenly demon. If the descendant of the sky demon really appeared in the desolate little world, this place would have become a desolate place. As for the legendary sky demon slain by the divine Lord, not to mention the people of this world, even the master of his world was nothing in front of the sky demon. Kill the sky demon? Pucci. Buzz. Ling Xiao stood in the air with his hands behind his back. The demonic qi outside his body turned into a shadow vaguely resembling a human head and dragon claws. Surging blood, qi, covered the sky. He stood there like a king-yang furnace, a cauldron that could refine heaven and earth, emitting the most extreme yang heat. Deity Overlord, you have indeed concealed your cultivation. Gue Wupu was no longer as calm as before. His evil eyes were filled with panic. Gue Wupu didn't know why, but even though this fiendish devil's cultivation base wasn't very high, the mere sight of him caused Gue Wupu's heart to palpitate with fear, and he wanted to submit to him. "I don't believe that you can suppress me." In the end, Gue Wupu gritted his teeth and unleashed a powerful palm strike. In front of him, the void shattered as a white bone palm emitted a monstrous power. The crystal-clear color faintly gave off a sense of holiness. The divine aura in the sky surged like waves, and the heavens trembled. The entire void ghost realm let out an ear-piercing shriek. Boom! Boom! The bone palm seemed slow, but it moved at an almost eternal speed toward Ling Xiao, causing the sound of the Tao to vibrate. Before it even landed, the ghosts in the realm had already knelt down and let out shrill and fearful cries. Countless strange phenomena began to appear. The space in front of him seemed to be unable to withstand such a mighty force, and a violent wind howled. The ghost race's means are just SOO. However, in the face of such a shocking attack, Ling Xiao's face was still calm. Then he slowly raised his hand, clenched it into a fist, and gently punched the bone palm. Clang, clang, clang. At this moment, Gue Wupu could hear his heart trembling violently. There was also the sound of a huge bell in his ears that struck his mind. His blood qi was like a tidal wave, intimidating all evil. The void began to distort. Behind Ling Xiao, the terrifying demonic shadow also threw out a punch to meet the huge, white bone palm that was pressing down. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking instantly resounded in the realm. Gue Wupu looked at the bone palm that stopped in midair with fear. In just a short moment, it was already covered with countless cracks. Break! Ling Xiao's face was still calm. He said one word, and the huge bone palm instantly shattered into soul light and disappeared. How is this possible? Gue Wupu's body trembled, and panic appeared on his face. The palm just now was one of the most terrifying moves in the scripture that he had cultivated. Even so, it was easily broken by the demon in front of him. All of a sudden, Gue Wupu felt a chill down his spine. "I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Dark Yama Sutra, burn my soul, and sacrifice it to the 9 Serenities' demonic sword!" Gue Wupu screamed, his face full of resentment. The tens of thousands of ghostly shadows that had been standing behind him suddenly raised their heads and let out a deafening wail. Then they turned into soul light and gathered toward Gue Wupu. A soul sword that was 100 feet long drew the outline of a great force. There seemed to be Tao patterns flowing on it, and ghosts were flickering, but it did not appear evil. This was an extremely terrifying sword, and also the most powerful killing move in the Ghost Clan scripture. With one sword, the universe was broken, Yin and Yang were in chaos, and immortals and Buddhas were killed. Facing this sword that could split open the sky, Ling Xiao's face turned solemn. The successor of the Ghost Clan, the upper world's demon, and a divine king expert. This Gue Wupu was indeed the destiny behind the scenes. The premise of pretending to be a pig was that you had to be able to eat a tiger. If you were a sheep, no matter how much you pretended to be a pig, it was useless as a hammer. But even so, he could not escape death today. At this moment, Ling Xiao still only stretched out one hand and made a grasping motion. A ray of black light that seemed to come from ancient times turned into a pitch-black blade. Demonic intent surged on it, and endless Tao laws intertwined in the void to form a seal. The divine power was vast. The sword intent that filled the world suddenly stopped, as if it was afraid, and began to retreat like the tide. 9 Netherworld sword. Slash! Seeing this, Gue Wupu's eyes became more panicked, but there was no way out. He could only clench his teeth and stretched out his hand to grab the Netherworld sword, and then slashed at the demonic shadow above his head. Buzz! The world was silent as if it was wailing. Countless strange phenomena appeared where the sword shadow passed, and its power was like the punishment of the heavens. On the other hand, Ling Xiao merely swung his saber with a calm expression. There was even a trace of disdain on his handsome face. At the end of the sky, there was suddenly a demonic light that was like the sun. In a short time, it turned into a huge star and fell from the sky. The mighty demonic power suppressed the heavens, illuminated thousands of worlds, and shocked the ancient times. Then, a deep voice that had experienced the vicissitudes of time suddenly sounded in Gue Wupu's mind. The primordial era, the punishment of the heavens. A blade light that was 100 feet long, like the Milky Way hanging upside down, revealed an indestructible aura and fell quickly towards the soul sword. Such a demonic power would make even a divine emperor expert afraid, let alone a divine king, and temporarily avoid it. Boom! The moment the blade and sword collided, the rules of the great Tao collapsed. Countless demonic patterns and ghostly shadows were instantly shattered, and an indescribable power covered thousands of miles of the sky. Finally, the spiritual light on the soul sword was annihilated and began to dissipate. However, the immemorial blade light did not weaken, and slashed at Gue Wupu angrily. No! Gue Wupu's aura surged violently, and a glaring light erupted from his originally dim soul body. Majestic heavenly power burst out from his body, and the mountains and rivers rose and fell in a magnificent manner. Then, under Ling Zhao's surprised gaze, he used all the strength in his body, and under the lock of Ling Zhao's soul consciousness, to move an inch away. In today's situation, if he did not escape, he would certainly die. Ling Zhao was strong, but he was still a demon. Gue Wupu was gambling on the power of this blade, gambling on whether Ling Zhao would dare to reveal his true identity in front of Qin Wushuang and the others. Only in this way could he find a chance of survival in the midst of chaos. Chapter 485. Buzz. The heaven-punishing saber will slash down, creating a 100-foot-long crack in the Wulin ghost realm that was said to be connected to the underworld. Half of Gue Wupu's body was completely shattered by the saber. However, at this moment, he actually paid no attention to it. His figure flashed and instantly fled towards the spatial crack. Ling Zhao, the news that you are a true demon will soon spread throughout the western border. Let's see how you can keep up the pretense then. Gue Wupu's voice was filled with hatred. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a ray of light appeared in the world in front of him. Then, mountains and rivers appeared in front of him. Rich spiritual qi rolled like waves. It was like an otherworldly land. Gue Wupu was in midair. Half of his soul had been shattered by the demonic saber. He looked extremely miserable. However, there was no sign of pain on his face. Instead, there was a hint of excitement. Could it be, by chance, I have accidentally entered a peerless immortal land? Yes, that must be it. As the saying goes, misfortune may be a blessing in disguise. After great misfortune, there will be great fortune. Ha 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 ha. I, Gue Wupu, am indeed the Ghost Clan's destiny. Xia Qin can't kill me, so you, Ling Zhao, can't kill me either. As for the injuries to his soul, judging from the rich spiritual qi here, it would only take a few months to recover. He just didn't know which realm Ling Zhao's saber had split open. Was this Shengzhou or another small realm? Gue Wupu's eyes flashed with fear when he thought of the power contained in Ling Zhao's saber light. He couldn't figure out how a 16 or 17-year-old boy could have so many secrets. Why was the soul-sucking ghost pearl in his hands? What was the strange Tao in the saber force? How did he hide the secret of his demonic body and cultivate to the divine overlord realm? Although Xia Qin was already terrifying enough, a person who ascended from the lower world had cultivated from the first stage divine emperor to the half-exalted realm in just a few decades and became the killer emperor. Gue Wupu had guessed that there must be some shocking secret hidden in the Shengzhou. Perhaps this was the ancestral ground of some supreme expert, which was why such a monstrous genius could be born here. However, Xia Chen was already a once-in-a-thousand-years genius. Why did it feel like this Ling Zhao was even more impressive than Xia Chen? Forget it. There was no point in thinking too much. The most important thing now was to recover his strength as quickly as possible. Now that his identity had been exposed, it would be difficult for him to return to the great Qin Empire. It seemed like he had to change his identity and rearrange his plans. Only then would he be able to prove his Tao. Ling Xiao, you are strong. But in this world, it was more interesting to have an opponent. The stronger you are, the more rewards I will receive when I trample you under my feet. That saber, the soul-sucking ghost pearl, as long as these two treasures are in my hands. I, Gui Wupu, will no longer be the third successor of the Ghost Clan, but the Lord of Azure. Needless to say, the Tao heart of these so-called people of destiny was terrifying. Even though he had suffered such a setback, he did not become dispirited and lost. Instead, he became even more determined. Buzz! Suddenly, a loud and clear buzzing sound could be heard between heaven and earth. Gui Wupu's originally dim soul aura suddenly became dazzling and dazzling. He was originally a 5th-grade Divine King, but now he was a 6th-grade Divine King. Beep! The Tao heart of the chosen child has transformed. His cultivation level has increased. Luck points have increased by 1,000 points. In the sky above the realm, Ling Xiao stood with his hands behind his back. He looked coldly at the soul shadow below, and the corners of his mouth curled into a playful smile. This was naturally Ling Xiao's realm. To be honest, Ling Xiao did not expect the heaven-punishing saber style to be so domineering. When the saber landed, not only did it shatter Gui Wupu's shocking sword, it even created a void crack in the Wumin realm of ghosts. However, no matter how fast Gui Wupu was, how could he be faster than Ling Xiao's soul remembrance? The moment the void crack appeared, the Genesis Yellow sacred body in the realm used the power of the realm to completely envelop the Wumin realm of ghosts. As for Gui Wupu, he was naturally trapped in this cage. In this place, no matter how powerful Gui Wupu was and how mysterious his origin was, he was still a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered by Ling Xiao. However, what surprised Ling Xiao was that Gui Wupu could still break through his cultivation level with his soul remembrance and increase his luck by 1,000 points. Wonderful. This guy no longer had to pretend to be a pig. He could transform into a pig directly. If he were to grow fatter, would he be even more delicious? His identity as the Sky Demon could not be exposed. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. Originally, Ling Xiao had planned to send this Ghost Clan genius to the reincarnation cycle. However, he suddenly changed his mind at this moment. A spiritual herb suddenly appeared in his hand. It shone with 7-colored divine light, and one could tell at a glance that it was not an ordinary item. This herb was called the 7 Profound Soul Herb. It was a supreme immortal item, and also a treasure that Yuan Yu's sacred ground had kept for hundreds of years. However, now that he had Han Zhan, the medicine king of Heavenly Hall, he could have as many immortal herbs and spiritual flowers as he wanted. What I lack are spiritual ingredients. Damn! What I lack are slaves who can refine these spiritual ingredients into elixirs. However, with the soul power contained in this spiritual herb, even if he ate it directly, there would be endless benefits. Gui Wupu, please don't disappoint me. Ling Xiao grinned and carefully placed the soul herb in the mountain below. This was the westernmost part of the realm. There were no other living creatures within a few thousand miles. For the time being, Gui Wupu would not encounter Xing Shen and the others. Given his current state, he would not dare to run around carelessly. He would cultivate in peace and recover his strength. Then, what would happen when a pig became fat? Of course, he would kill it and eat it. With Gui Wupu's divine soul, although he could not sense Ling Xiao's presence, he could easily sense the fluctuation of the 7 profound soul herb. In the next moment, he suddenly dashed out and appeared on the mountain peak. His eyes narrowed. This is the soul-dissolving herb. Ha ha ha! The heavens are helping me. The heavens are helping me. At this moment, Gui Wupu was even more convinced that he was blessed by the heavens. Otherwise, how could such a spiritual herb of heaven and earth appear in front of him so coincidentally? Moreover, when he was severely injured and weak. This was the so-called protection of the heavenly Tao. Of course, if Ling Xiao knew what he was thinking, he would probably wet his pants. The heavenly Tao. If I become the heavenly Tao in the future, it will be the time when immortals and demons rebel. For 3 consecutive days, Ling Xiao did not leave the realm. Instead, he quietly sat in the void and focused on cultivating. Gui Wupu was pleasantly surprised to find that he seemed to have accidentally stumbled into a treasure trove of immortal land. There were spiritual herbs and immortal mushrooms everywhere. In just 3 days, his cultivation had recovered by more than half. On the 4th day, when Gui Wupu found another emerald net immortal fruit in the mountains, a serious look finally appeared on his face. Chapter 486. This immortal herb and spiritual fruit can help me recover my cultivation quickly, but it's a waste to eat it like this. Gui Wupu frowned as he stared at the green immortal fruit in his hand. This fruit was extremely beautiful and was the culmination of heaven and earth. It wasn't inferior to the dark soul grass in the slightest. Now that his soul had almost recovered, if he could refine this fruit into a pill to help him break through to the 7th grade Divine King realm, he would have nothing to fear even if he met Ling Xiao again. The Dark Inyama scripture was a classic of the Ghost Clan. There were hundreds of ancient secret skills in it, and it was extremely powerful. Every time he broke through to the next level, the Dark Inyama scripture would automatically create a new attack. By then Ling Xiao, I will let you know the horror of the Ghost Clan's classic. Gui Wupu had regained his confidence after a few days of good fortune. After surviving a great disaster, there would be good fortune in the future. Then there would be a comeback and the plot would reach its climax. Logically speaking, that should be the case. But Gui Wupu would never have thought that the good fortune in his eyes was just something that Ling Xiao threw away casually. After he figured it out, Gui Wupu's eyes flashed and a stone pillar appeared on the peak of the mountain. Endless ghost chi spread for thousands of miles. Everywhere it passed, ancient trees withered and flowers withered. In the void, Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly opened. A ray of immortal light seemed to have evolved from the primordial chaos. It was clear and mysterious, mixed with a wisp of purple chi. His aura had reached the 5th grade Divine Lord realm, and his destiny forging points had increased by 6%. In the system, 10,000 destiny points and 70,000 villain points were all gone. The western border was indeed more suitable for villains to cultivate. Ling Xiao lowered his head and looked at the ghost chi. He saw a stone pillar covered with runes standing on the peak of the mountain. On top of it, an old and weak soul figure was bound by chains and shackled like a corpse. Gui Wupu was staring at him with a sinister look. However, what was strange was that his soul had already recovered, but at this moment he was pretending to be weak. In fact, his cultivation level had even dropped to the level of a 5th level Divine King. Old Dan, how about we discuss this? Demons will surely suffer the wrath of the heavens. Old Dan snorted coldly, but Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly trembled. Dan Lao. Looking at that old man's cultivation, it was obvious that he had already stepped into the God-Emperor realm. Although Ling Xiao did not know how Gui Wupu had imprisoned him here, the name Dan Lao alone was enough to make one's imagination run wild. Since old Dan hates evil devils so much, I'll tell you a huge secret. Gui Wupu's eyes were gloomy, and his voice was filled with resentment. Your good disciple Qinyu is a devil himself. Bullshit! Pill Elder shouted angrily. However, in the blink of an eye a hint of hesitation appeared on his face. Qinyu's talent was something that he had never seen before, but for some reason he felt a faint sense of uneasiness in his heart. The devil flame's might was monstrous, Even when he was at his peak, he could only seal it in a Tao artifact and unleash a wisp of heaven's might. At that time, if he hadn't been forced by the situation, he naturally wouldn't have dared to easily seal it in Qin Yu's body. But although Qin Yu was extremely talented and had a high level of comprehension, he was still a Paoang cultivator. The ancient technique that he grasped was found by chance in an ancient secret realm. In the entire Shengzhou, it was likely that no one at the Paoang level could fuse the spirit flame into their body. Regarding his methods, Pill Elder was not worried. But the devil intent contained in the spirit flame was not easy to suppress. Once Qin Yu lost control of his mind, it was very likely that he would turn into a devil. And from Qin Wupu's words, it was likely that he had already seen Qin Yu. Inexplicably, Pill Elder did not know whether he should be happy or sad. As long as Qin Yu was alive, his efforts would not be in vain. But once he turned into a devil, he would have to walk on the path of becoming an enemy of the entire world. The people of the sacred sect were cruel to divine punishment, and they hated the word devil even more. Thus, there had been no evil devils in the Shenzhou for 100 years. The most recent one was 110 years ago, when those few exceptional great devils appeared in the Shenzhou. But in the end, they disappeared without a trace. It was not that there were no devils in the Shenzhou, it was just that before they could mature, they were killed by the world. You are, no matter what, Master only wants you to live. Pill Elder sighed in his heart, but his expression gradually calmed down. The aura on Qin Wupu's body was clearly weak. It was likely that he had just been seriously injured. And since he coveted the spirit flame, it was likely that he had attacked Qin Yu. In that case, Yu Er's current strength had already reached such a tyrannical level, as expected of the disciple of Pill Emperor Shi. In a short 3 years, he had already reached the level of an emperor. Would I be able to see him again in this life? Even if I were to die once, I would have no regrets. Haha, Pill Elder, I know that you have always been worried about your precious disciple. How about we make a deal? As long as you can help me refine a pill, I will return your freedom. Gui Wupu's mouth suddenly raised into a smile. As long as he could reach the 7th stage God King level, he would have the means to break the seal on Pill Elder's soul sea. At that time, even if he returned his freedom, he would have already become his slave. With the two of them working together, there was no need to fear that Ling Xiao would not die. As the mastermind behind the scenes, this was not called sinister, it was called a method. After all, he was killing Ling Xiao, the villain. The human race was the enemy of the ghost race. Killing decisively and remembering hatred was the quality of a protagonist. What? Are you serious? Pill Elder narrowed his eyes. A trace of hesitation flashed across his face. He had been imprisoned by Gui Wupu for 3 years. In these 3 years, he could clearly feel that his soul power was gradually being devoured by Gui Wupu, and his soul level had fallen from the 6th stage God King level to the 2nd stage God King level. He was afraid that in 3 years, when he fell from the God King level, Gui Wupu would forcibly break the seal in his soul sea and completely control him. Pill Elder had already experienced this evil demon's methods. That kind of evil soul technique did not seem to belong to this world at all. This Gui Wupu must have a great background. Otherwise, he would not have been able to kill the emperor of a dynasty so openly and play with the western border in the palm of his hand. Ha ha ha! Pill Elder, I am willing to swear on my Tao heart that as long as you can help me refine a pill to help my soul recover, I will let you go. Gui Wupu's eyes flashed with a trace of gloom. He was very good at controlling people's hearts. If he had made such a request on a normal day, Pill Elder would have been afraid. But at this time his aura was obviously very weak. With the old man's strength, he most likely did not take him seriously. But I only promised to let you go, but I did not promise not to do anything to you. The only thing Pill Elder could rely on now was the seal in his soul sea. Gui Wupu had not been able to break it in 3 years. So what if he recovered his cultivation? Therefore, in the old man's eyes, This deal had nothing to lose. Humph, that's what you said. I can refine pills, but I don't have any spiritual materials. Finally, Pill Elder snorted and said with a cold expression, Haha, how can I ask Pill Elder to refine pills for me? I have spiritual materials here. Gui Wupu's face lit up. Humans were indeed insatiable. Although he had lost 3 soul slaves the day before yesterday, he had Pill Elder and countless spiritual materials in this world. Ha ha ha! Isn't it just a matter of time if I want to create a few God Kings? Chapter 487. Interesting. Ling Xiao stood proudly in the air and looked down at the 2 soul shadows coldly. The corners of his mouth curled into a playful smile. Gui Wupu's trick was indeed brilliant. He pretended to be weak to make the old man let down his guard, then swore on his Dao heart to make a fortune, making him fall into his trap. Ling Xiao did not know why Gui Wupu did not refine Dan Lao into a slave. However, the divine souls of those who played with pills were much more powerful than those of the same level. Dan Lao was able to seal the heaven and earth spirit fire in River Feather's body, so he must be very powerful. However, humph, shameless. Gui Wupu was really shameless. He even tricked the old man. How could he be called the mandate of heaven? But all of a sudden, Ling Xiao felt that Gui Wusol's trick was somewhat familiar. F***CK. Dan Lao, I have some spiritual materials to recover your divine soul. See if you need anything else. I'll look for more. Gui Wupu waved his hand, and the soul lock that imprisoned Dan Lao loosened, but did not disappear. Then he handed the green net spirit fruit and some spiritual herbs to Dan Lao. Haha, Dan Lao, you understand, right? After all, you are an Emperor Realm expert. If I let you go now, I'm afraid. Haha, I'll let you go as soon as you finish refining the pills and help me recover my divine soul. Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed. Gui Wupu was obviously competing with him for the Asaika Golden Man. The highest level of acting was to make it look real and immerse oneself in it. If Gui Wupu acted too carelessly, Dan Lao would be suspicious. His concern dispelled Dan Lao's doubts. You're an Emperor Realm expert. I'm so scared. So you can help me refine pills. I can't beat you. Great. Gui Wupu, you're really my little drama queen. Every word and action of yours has an ulterior motive. Green net spirit fruit. Dan Lao's face trembled. He looked down at the spirit fruit in his hand with a trace of shock in his eyes. Even in his eyes, such a spiritual material could be considered a heavenly fortune. If he was at his peak, he could use this fruit as the main ingredient to refine a 7th grade pill. But now, I can use this to concoct a peerless grade soul-nourishing pill. It's in the upper 6th grade category. Sigh, what a pity. If I can get a drop of rock jade spirit marrow that contains the essence of earth and stone, this pill will definitely enter the 7th grade category. Elder Dan's eyes were solemn, while Gui Wupa frowned. Elder Dan, where does the rock jade spirit marrow grow? Usually it will be nurtured at the peak of the spirit mountain, in the Half-Yin and Half-Yang mountain rocks. However, this marrow needs to go through hundreds of years before it can condense into a drop. Pill Elder sneered. What? Are you going to get me a drop now? However, before he could stop laughing, he saw Gui Wupu nod his head with a serious look on his face. Then he turned around and walked towards the mountain peak. Oh, then please wait a moment, Pill Elder. Rock jade essence? At the same time, Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. He took out a drop of white chalcedony from his chinquin bag and threw it onto a black rock at the peak of the mountain. He didn't have the rock jade spirit marrow. After all, it wasn't a precious treasure. However, this drop of earth core chalcedony was a rare spiritual item. The earth essence it contained was 10 times more powerful than the rock jade spirit marrow. In order to help Gui Wupa find this marrow, Ling Xiao even took out a Dao cauldron from his chinquin ring and placed it on the rock. Damn, that Pill Elder was obviously a Dao soul body. His spiritual weapon must have been taken away by someone else. He didn't know if Gue Woopa had a cauldron, but the two of you had better hurry up. Otherwise, you'll have to come out to find a cauldron. As expected, when Gue Woopa appeared at the peak of the mountain, he immediately saw the ancient green cauldron and the drop of white chalcedony beside it. This, even with Gue Woopa's temperament, he couldn't help but be stunned. What the hell? What is this? Someone sent me a pillow just when I wanted to sleep. Could it be that I, Gue Woopu, have such terrifying luck? Whatever I lack, Daddy Heavenly Tao will send me. Suddenly, Gue Woopa knelt on the ground and kowtowed twice towards the void. At this moment, he felt a great sense of mission and responsibility. The Heavenly Tao was protecting him. If he couldn't become the supreme of heaven and earth, it would be a disgrace to his luck. What? I'm brainless? How can I not see through such a fake trick? Damn! Which son of destiny didn't have soul? Herbs appearing when he wanted to refine his soul. Divine beasts falling when he wanted to refine his body? What's the fuss about? When Gue Woopa returned to Pill Elder with the chalcedony in his hands, the latter's expression froze. Damn! This is geocentric chalcedony. Are you sure Gue Woopa isn't acting? He gave me what I wanted. Originally, Pill Elder only wanted to use the jade net spiritual fruit to refine a 6th grade elixir for Gue Woopa. After all, this damn thing was evil and ruthless. It was necessary to be careful. However, who would have thought that not only did he find the spiritual marrow, but it was also a drop of geocentric spiritual marrow. If I can't refine a 7th grade elixir, will he use this as an excuse to kill me? Pill Elder, what do you think of this marrow? Gue Woopa smiled faintly, as if he was at ease. Haha, this marrow is wonderful. However, in this desolate place, I don't have a Tao. No, as long as there is a divine cauldron, I also have a buzz. Before Pill Elder could finish his words, Gue Woopa waved his hand, and an ancient cyan cauldron appeared in his hand. Pill Elder, I have a Tao cauldron. You Pill Elder almost vomited blood. In the end, he suppressed the anger in his heart and nodded with a smile. Looks like you're well prepared. Haha, Pill Elder, you flatter me. Gue Woopa smiled coldly and handed the Tao cauldron to Pill Elder. Pill Elder, please start your performance. Haha, since you want to refine a 7th grade elixir, this process may take a long time. You'd better be mentally prepared. Pill Elder held the cauldron in one hand and put the spiritual materials into it with the other. He turned his soul into fire and sat down calmly. Since this evil demon swore on his Tao heart, he wouldn't dare to break his oath. This evil demon's Tao heart wasn't stable to begin with. That was why he could kill people as he pleased. If he was troubled by his heart devil again, it would be a disaster for his cultivation journey. After understanding this, Pill Elder didn't hesitate anymore. He changed the seal in his hand, and a spiritual aura appeared around him. Seeing this, Gue Woopa's lips curled up into a smile. A 7th grade elixir was a supreme treasure in the entire western border. Now that he had just stepped into the 6th grade Divine King realm, he could use this opportunity to stabilize his realm. At that time, he would complete the elixir, break through, and control this old thing. Then, the two of them would work together to kill Ling Xiao. With the ghost pearl, the demonic blade, and the spiritual fire, who else in this world could be worthy of being my opponent? Haha, compared to losing his soul slaves, identity, and even his dynasty. Obviously, what he got this time was countless times more precious. I, Gue Woopa, have lost once. I swear I won't lose again. Chapter 488. Within the realm, a vast spiritual aura surged. Ling Xiao sat cross-legged in the void, closed his eyes and focused, and carefully sensed the Tao of this realm. Now, with the 4 dragons formation, the world was filled with purple clouds. With the devouring speed of the holy being of absolute beginning, Ling Xiao did not need to cultivate. 1 year was enough for him to enter the Divine King stage. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. For 3 whole days, Ling Xiao did not leave half a step, afraid that he would miss the show before him. After all, Gui Wupu was from the upper world, and his methods and temperament were not something that the heavenly fate of this realm could compare to. As long as he was alive, Ling Xiao would feel uneasy. Of course, it was also a good idea to keep him here, but fate was something that could not be explained. 6th grade Divine King, 1,900 points of fate. This pig was about to be slaughtered. After all, there were still rewards for killing him. Moreover, Gui Wupu had already given Ling Xiao many unexpected surprises. Although Dan Lao's cultivation had fallen to the 2nd grade Divine Emperor, his alchemy skills were comparable to the moon of Xianyuan. He alone was 100 times stronger than the dozens of geniuses who were refining pills. As for the Great Qin Empire, as long as it was a woman, she would definitely fall for the trick of loosening the reins only to grasp them better. Unless you were really too ugly or too short. Now, Qin Wushuang clearly had some special feelings for Ling Xiao. He even promised that as long as he could kill her father's murderer, she would be willing to give herself to him. In this way, as long as the one who returned alive was Ling Xiao, the Empress would definitely submit. Baby, did you miss me these past few days? At the peak of the mountain, a medicinal fragrance began to spread. Outside Dan Lao's body, the soul light gradually became brighter, and in the cauldron in front of him, a surge of soul power quietly filled the entire mountain. Not far away, Gui Wupu's eyes shone. It was as if as long as this grade 7 pill appeared, he could step onto the peak of the world. I'm afraid you're dreaming. Now that you are still alive, it is only because I want to give you an even bigger surprise. Young Master Soulless, are you happy to see me? That's right. I, Ling Xiao, am the daddy Heavenly Tao in your heart. If a scheming Tianming who played with the world behind the scenes knew that his fate was set up by someone else, no matter how tough his Tao heart was, it would definitely crumble to the ground. Ling Xiao did not know how Gui Wupu had been killed by Xiafeng in his previous life. However, it was clear that he had died with great reluctance. If the same thing happens again, do you think he will explode mentally? To be met with great sorrow in the midst of great joy, the human world is not worth it. Condense. Suddenly, Pill Elder let out a cold shout. Wind and clouds gathered between heaven and earth. A cloud of catastrophe descended from the sky. It turned into Thunderwill and enveloped the former. A strange medicinal fragrance instantly filled the air. Spiritual wind surged, and the sound of Tao resounded from the cauldron. The aura on Dan Lao's body finally relaxed from its tense state. In the next instant, the seal in his hand changed, causing the Tao cauldron before him to float up into the air and greet the tribulation lightning. A 7th grade elixir had been mixed with a trace of the rhythm of heaven and earth. Compared to the spiritual materials of heaven and earth, the spiritual energy it contained was even more terrifying. When the elixir was formed, it had to undergo the tempering of the lightning tribulation and condense the elixir pattern. Only then could it be considered to be completely born. There were even rumors that in ancient times some peerless powerhouses had refined 9th grade elixirs that could develop spiritual intelligence and transform into humans. Such a grade could no longer be described as a spiritual object. Boom! A bolt of catastrophe lightning pierced through the sky and struck the Tao cauldron down from the sky. The wind and clouds changed, like a tornado from the sky to the earth. However, at this moment, there was no trace of panic on Pill Elder's face. Instead, there was a hint of joy. For an alchemist, there was nothing more exciting than the moment of the birth of a spiritual elixir. Even Gui Wupu's long and narrow eyes were surging with anticipation. Finally, his sovereign immortal path had completely opened at this moment. Buzz! The rich spiritual energy began to surge like the tide. The entire barren mountain was illuminated by a ray of 7-colored light. The fragrance of the elixir spread for hundreds of miles. Just a whiff of it would make one feel relaxed and happy. Ling Xiao stood in the sky with his hands behind his back. He looked at the gradually dissipating thunderclouds and the jade by Ling elixir that suddenly appeared in Pill Elder's hand. The corner of his mouth, finally, curled up into a smile. Ha ha ha, this is great. Pill Elder, you are indeed the #1 alchemist in Xinjiang. This elixir is the work of a celestial being. Gui Wupu laughed loudly and stared at Pill Elder with sparkling eyes. With this 7th grade spiritual elixir, his cultivation could easily enter the 6th stage of the divine king realm. At that time, the Soul Cecile and monstrous geniuses could be killed with a wave of his hand. Humph, you better remember what you promised me. Pill Elder snorted coldly. To be honest, it wasn't that he didn't want to swallow the spiritual elixir. A 7th grade spiritual elixir was a heaven-defying fortune, even for an emperor god. However, merging the spiritual elixir required time. If he did so, he was afraid that Gui Wupu would cut him open before the elixir could be merged. Don't worry, Pill Elder. I, Gui Wupu, never go back on my words. Gui Wupu's eyes were clear, and his face was resolute. Even Ling Xiao almost believed him when he saw the righteous look on Gui Wupu's face. All right. In the end, Pill Elder waved his hand and threw the 7th grade spiritual elixir to Gui Wupu. However, just as Gui Wupu was about to reach out and take the spiritual elixir that was flying towards him from the sky suddenly disappeared mysteriously. Then, very suddenly, it disappeared with a whoosh. For a moment, Gui Wupu even thought that it was Pill Elder's doing. However, looking at the dazed look on Pill Elder's face, he was obviously surprised, until the sound of swallowing came from above their heads. Ling Xiao stood in the sky and directly put the 7th grade spiritual elixir into his mouth and swallowed it. Not bad, not bad. Pill Elder's methods are still so exquisite. Ling Xiao, you are... Gui Wupu and Pill Elder raised their heads at the same time and looked at the young man standing on the clouds with a gentle face. Their eyes were filled with shock. At this moment, Ling Xiao's body was faintly filled with immortal light, especially his clear eyes, which seemed to contain the truth of the great Tao, made people feel reverence when they looked at him. He just stood there, but it was as if he was one with the heavens and earth. No, it was as if the heavens and earth were under his feet. The Tao rhythm was heavenly, and he had the bearing of an immortal. Even with Gui Wupu and Pill Elder's divine soul realm, they did not realize that there was a third person hidden in this world. Moreover, looking at the young man, it seemed that he had been standing there for a long time. But who was Ling Xiao? Why was the flame fluctuation emitting from his body somewhat familiar? Of course, Ling Xiao deliberately released a wisp of the netherworld demonic flame's aura. Compared to Gui Wupu, he was more interested in this Pill Emperor of Xinjiang. Originally, Ling Xiao planned to let Gui Wupu fuse and break through if Pill Elder's elixir was only a 6th grade one. It would be easier for him to harvest the leaks. After all, the stronger the elixir, the better the effect of eating it. However, he did not expect this old man's skills to be so exquisite that he could directly refine a 7th grade elixir. Was Gui Wupu worthy of eating such a divine item? F***CK. Of course. Only Masterling, the most righteous and most responsible person in the world, was qualified to eat it. Otherwise, it would be a blasphemy to Pill Elder and the 7th grade elixir. Beep. The destined child is having a mental breakdown. Congratulations to the host for plundering 1,000 luck points and 10,000 villain points. Chapter 489. How is this possible? Ling Xiao, why are you here? Gui Wupu was stunned for a full 10 breaths before he roared at the sky. F***CK. How did Ling Xiao find this place? And how did he hide himself? With his godly soul's level, even a godly Emperor realm expert would not be able to avoid his godly soul's detection. let alone a mere godly overlord. But inexplicably, Gue Wupu felt a chill in his heart. You are? You are? Dan Lao's eyes trembled, and he had a complicated look on his face. Nether demonic flame. I can't be wrong. You are. After 3 years, you've changed so much that I can't recognize you. You're taller and more handsome. Most importantly, your temperament has become colder and more arrogant. But aren't you a little too different? Why does your face look so unfamiliar? But no matter what, Dan Lao did not believe that there was a young man in this world who could merge the heaven and earth ominous flame into his body. Otherwise, it would not be called a heavenly fortune. It would be called a rotten street. This person must be his you. Ah. Haha, Gue Wupu, we meet again. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, and a vast spiritual aura surrounded him. Heaven and earth cleared up, and the wind and thunder that had dissipated came back to the sky. His cultivation level had reached the 6th grade of the divine overlord realm. Even the power of his divine soul had increased significantly and was close to the 5th grade. With the power of the sky demon's body, merging the elixirs would not take much time. As for Gue Wupu, he could kill him once in the Wu Ho ghost realm, let alone in his own world. Humph. Ling Xiao, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Gue Wupu gritted his teeth, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He had reached the 6th grade of the Divine King realm, and the dark Inyama scripture had evolved into a new soul form. Although the saber in Ling Xiao's hand was strange, but humph. I am the heavenly mandate, and I am protected by the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, how could he explain the many spiritual materials he had found so casually? Therefore, Gue Wupu did not panic and was even eager to try, even though the words "destiny belongs to you" sounded a little empty. However, the protection of the heavenly Tao had indeed existed since ancient times. Perhaps the realm he had broken through was the key to killing Ling Xiao. Beep. Destiny's child is overthinking things and is ready to die. Congratulations to host for plundering 500 luck points and 5,000 villain points. Oh, actually, I should thank you for helping me refine the spiritual materials into pills. How does the soul-dissolving grass taste? Ling Xiao smiled inexplicably, while the surging battle intent in Gue Wupu's eyes instantly froze. What the F***CK? What did he mean by that? Is he thanking me for helping him refine the spirit materials into medicinal pills? Don't you think you've gone overboard with your pretentiousness? But how did he know that I had a soul-dissolving grass? Could it be that Ling Xiao had been hiding in the dark all this time? That was impossible. If he had been hiding in the dark from the beginning, wouldn't it have been easier for him to kill him when his soul collapsed? It was very confusing. I've been pretending to be a pig for 30 years. Why do I suddenly feel fat? What are you trying to do? Gue Wupa clenched his fists, and soul light surged around him. It was obvious that he was ready to attack. But this time, he did not dare to use the Wushu ghost realm. This ghost realm could indeed greatly increase his battle prowess. But previously, the ghosts inside had all been killed by Ling Xiao. More importantly, the ghost realm had a slight connection with the underworld. Once it was activated, it required a holy sacrifice. He was afraid that if he could not defeat Ling Xiao, he would not even have a chance to escape. Of course it's to kill you, evil demon. Ling Xiao smiled, but Gue Wupa looked at Elder Dan with some disdain. Evil demon? The demonic intent in your body is more terrifying than a true demon. You're calling me an evil demon? Ling Xiao, don't think that you can easily kill me just because I lost to you once. You know this old thing, don't you? Your good master is still in my hands. Why don't we make a deal? Gue Wupa smiled coldly, but Ling Xiao nodded slightly. Let's hear it. I'll let your master go, and you return the soul-sucking, sacred pearl to me. We'll mind our own business and go our separate ways. How about that? Okay. Ling Xiao did not even think about it. He waved his hand and summoned the bloodthirsty ghost pearl. Let Elder Dan go? Haha, Ling Xiao, do you think I'm stupid? If I let this old thing go, you and your master will join forces. What chance do I have? Return the sacred pearl to me first, and I'll let him go. Gui Wupa's eyes narrowed. As long as the sacred pearl was in his hands, he was confident that he could fight Ling Xiao. When the time comes, haha, you stole my spirit pill, and I'll swallow your spirit. It'll still be effective. With the sacred pearl in his hands, he would no longer have to work hard to raise slaves to cultivate. Who couldn't he swallow in the Shenzhou continent? As for how Ling Xiao knew about the good fortune he had recently obtained, no matter how meticulous Gui Wupa was, he would never have guessed that this domain was under Ling Xiao's control. Damn, are you kidding me? Evolving a world was the work of a supreme expert. No matter how monstrous this young man was, how could he have comprehended such a great power? Okay, Ling Xiao did not hesitate at all. He threw the blood pearl in his hand to Gui Wupa. The pearl had already recognized him as its master, and his spirit was far stronger than this ghost. So how could he easily fuse with it and take it for himself? Moreover, even if his methods were heaven-defying and he really merged with the ghost pearl, what kind of storm could a mere godly king cause in his domain? The only reason Gui Wupa was still alive was because his luck had yet to run out, and he had yet to trigger the reward for killing him. Keep giving him hope and keep making him despair. This way, he could quickly play himself to death. But when he saw what Ling Xiao had done, tears welled up in Dan Lao's eyes. Although he did not know what the blood ghost pearl was, but the power it exuded was terrifying. For Gui Wupa to use it as a bargaining chip, it was obvious that this pearl was the most precious treasure in the world. But did not hesitate at all and gave the pearl to Gui Wupa. Although this was a little irrational, it showed Er's affection for him. My beloved disciple, you did not disappoint me. Don't worry, as long as you can get through today's crisis, I will help you reach the peak of the world. Ha 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 ha. Ling Xiao, I didn't expect you to be so sentimental, even though you are a demon. What a deep relationship between master and disciple. I'm almost moved to tears. Gui Wupa held the bloodthirsty ghost pearl in one hand, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. He truly did not think that this Ling Xiao's mind was actually so simple, actually really returning the Saint Orb to him. It was the will of heaven. It was the will of heaven. In the end, you are just a large and sturdy stepping stone on my path to immortality. But, just as Gui Wupa finished speaking, his face suddenly froze. Especially when he saw the indifference on Ling Xiao's face, he felt an indescribable chill in his heart. Fuse for me. Gui Wupa looked down at the blood pearl in his hand and frowned. F***CK. Why was the soul consciousness in this pearl more terrifying than his own? This was not logical. Even so, Gui Wupu's body was still trembling and his spiritual soul was in turmoil. He didn't even dare to think about resisting. Wait. Just as the divine soul handprint gradually solidified, Gui Wupu suddenly roared and looked up at the young man in midair. Young Master Ling Xiao, I'm willing to submit. As long as you spare my life, I'll tell you a great secret. A great secret? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly, a hint of a smile in his eyes. You're bragging. What secret in this world is more important than my identity as the Sky Demon? Buzz. The divine soul handprint buzzed, and the heavens and earth instantly collapsed. Streaks of spatial cracks spread for thousands of miles, shattering the heavens and earth. I can help you awaken the sacred orb soul and restore its power. Seeing that the divine soul handprint was about to land, Gui Wupu gritted his teeth and roared. Oh, awaken the sacred orb soul? Ling Xiao's expression froze. This condition was quite tempting. The grade of this spirit orb was obviously beyond the scope of this world. If it could be restored, it would be a great treasure. That's right. When I was raped, cough, cough, I was killed by a righteous and handsome demon of the human race. The spirit orb automatically protected its master. Its soul was shattered, and I fused a part of it into my divine soul. Give me some time, and I'll be able to extract it and store it in this spirit orb. Oh, I see. Ling Xiao nodded, obviously tempted. No wonder the spirit orb's power did not work on Gui Wupu. It turned out that his divine soul had fused with a part of the spirit orb. Master, as long as the spirit orb is awakened, you can kill anyone below the God Emperor realm. Seeing Ling Xiao's silence, Gui Wupu's eyes flashed with hope. As long as he could survive, he would have a chance to rise again. When the time came, he would find a secluded place to cultivate in peace. With his talent, he would not have to worry about not becoming a God Emperor. But just as he finished speaking, he saw the young man shake his head slightly. How could I trouble Master Wupu? Wouldn't it be easier for me to send you directly into the spirit orb? F***CK? The smile on Gui Wupu's face froze before it disappeared. Oh no, it felt like he was digging his own grave. Master Wupu, do you want to do it yourself? Or do you want me to erase your consciousness and send it into the spirit orb? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and clenched his fist in the air. The heaven-covering soul palm instantly pierced through the void and fell on Gui Wupu's head. I'll do it myself. Gui Wupu screamed in despair. Finally, a look of reluctance flashed in his eyes. He turned into a dazzling soul light and entered the spirit orb. Buzz! Suddenly the heavens and earth buzzed, and the sound of Tao reverberated. An indescribably terrifying aura spread out, covering hundreds of miles of the forest. The spirit orb shone with a bloody light, as if there were thousands of ghosts roaring. The plants withered instantly. Even Xing Xin and Xing Wupu had a look of intense fear in their eyes. It is indeed an item from the upper world, the treasure of the ghost clan. This power is indeed heaven-defying. Ling Xiao looked indifferent and waved his hand gently. The spirit orb suddenly pierced through the sky and embedded itself in the void. He did not manage to kill Gui Wupu to obtain the final reward. Now that he had merged with the orb, Ling Xiao could destroy his soul with a single thought. The spirit orb was of great use to him now, but who knew if he would obtain a more powerful treasure in the future? When that time came, he would still be able to obtain the system's reward by killing Gui Wupu. There were many children of destiny, but there was only one spirit orb. Poor Gui Wupu, who had pretended to be a pig for 30 years, finally achieved his wish and became a complete orb. More importantly, Gui Wupu's memories and consciousness were now under Ling Xiao's control. The Dark Nyama scripture? The third successor of the ghost clan? Interesting. As Gui Wupu's soul was transformed, the spirit pillar soul lock that was originally restraining Dan Lao also disappeared. On the peak of the mountain, Dan Lao looked at the tall figure of the young man not far away with a complicated expression. Tears flowed from his eyes, but the corners of his mouth curled up into a gratified smile. My good disciple, you really are Shizuan's little pride. The aura of freedom is so good. Dan Lao looked up and took a deep breath, his face full of satisfaction. Although his physical body was broken, with his attainments in alchemy, he only needed some time to gather the spiritual materials to refine pills and rebuild his physical body. When that time came, he would still be the respected alchemy master who was respected by everyone. Shijiang, your emperor has returned. Chapter 491. Dan Lao. Ling Xiao descended from the sky and stood in front of Dan Lao. The domineering look on Dan Lao's face made him want to laugh. It was very obvious that this alchemy Tao God Emperor was most likely dreaming right now. Regaining freedom? Being respected? That's impossible. If you fall into my hands, Ling Xiao, you'll be a pill slave at most. You'll be the kind of tool that can't be refined to death and will be refined to death. You are! Dan Lao frowned and looked at Ling Xiao with surprise. Dan Lao. Sure enough, after 3 years, their relationship had become distant. However, looking at you Er's current strength and background, he had probably returned to the great Qin Empire to inherit the throne. At his age, he naturally valued his reputation. Now that he was just a soul, he was tortured to a pulp by Gui Wupu. In front of the 2 god emperors, he did lose his dignity as a teacher. You are. I understand you. Not to mention Dan Lao. Even if you call me Alchemy Emperor, I won't blame you. You are now the emperor of the great Qin Empire, above everyone. What I want to do is to stand behind you silently and help you conquer the western border and unify the great Qin Empire. Gui Wupu's methods were terrifying. Although I killed him, but Ling Xiao smiled guiltily and stopped talking. It was time to show off his real skills. As for Pill Elder, he was somewhat puzzled as he stared at the disciple before him. Needless to say, the current you had changed quite a bit. At such a close distance, there was no trace of the past. However, his appearance had changed, most likely to hide his identity. However, the spiritual fire fluctuation on his body and the stone ring on his finger were all correct. Just now, he was so determined to save his own life. Besides my you, who else would be so filial? You, what is it that you can't tell me? Dan Lao Gui Wupu is an evil demon, and his thoughts are unpredictable. You were imprisoned by him for so long. You can understand, right? I want to check your soul see in case. Ling Xiao looked embarrassed, and there was even a hint of guilt in his eyes. Although he didn't know why Gui Wupa hadn't placed a soul seal on Pill Elder, it was most likely because of the old man's unusual soul see. Of course, if you don't want to, or don't trust me, then forget it. How could I not believe you? Your cautiousness and magnanimity make me very gratified. Pill Elder shook his head and smiled. His eyes were full of smiles. You've really grown up. As an emperor, he should be prepared for this. The path to becoming an emperor was filled with dangers and obstacles. If one was not careful, they could be killed and consigned to eternal damnation. Especially now that your cultivation is still low, I'm afraid that there are many people who covet the position of 9 and 5. In Pill Elder's opinion, Ling Xiao's request was not only reasonable, but also showed that he had become increasingly mature and steady in the past 3 years. Regardless of whether it was the imperial lord of a dynasty or a peerless genius, they should all be aware of this. I think highly of you. Come on. I'm ready. Pill Elder smiled warmly and removed the seal on his soul see. He looked lovingly at Ling Xiao. The latter no longer hesitated. The soul light in his eyes suddenly shone brightly and directly entered his soul see. It was unobstructed. In order to avoid the backlash of his divine soul, Pill Elder tried his best to suppress the power of his divine soul, until a wisp of soul light suddenly shone brightly and turned into a small seal. It dissipated in his soul see. Only then did Pill Elder's face reveal a faint trace of doubt. What the F***? CK. That fluctuation just now, why was it a little strange? Also, what was with this inexplicable feeling in his soul see? At this moment, this alchemy expert seemed to have an illusion. It seemed like he was unknowingly being controlled by someone. Could it be impossible? How could it be? I was really controlled by the devil flame and turned into an evil spirit? You, Pill Elder, the 7th grade medicinal pill you refined is to my liking. I suggest you help me refine it to death. Of course, with me here, it will be difficult for you to die even if you want to. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently and raised his head to look at the distant sky. Let's go. I'll take you to see my spiritual garden. Yes. Pill Elder's eyes flashed. Although there were many doubts in his heart, he still said, Master, So it was I who harmed you. If I didn't seal the devil flame in your body, how could you become an evil spirit today? The soul seal technique is evil and treacherous. It's definitely not something a righteous person can control. But yesterday's cause, today's effect. In the end, it was he, Pill Emperor, who silently bore everything. He was enslaved by his disciple. Although you've become an evil spirit now, I don't blame you at all. Because the law of this world is that the strong are respected. So what if you become an evil spirit? As long as you can stand at the top of the world, you won't let me down. The two figures descended from the sky and saw Han and the others each holding a medicinal cauldron. They were refining pills with their eyes closed. Pill Elder frowned slightly and said coldly, "Nonsense. How can you refine the soul-gathering pill like this?" Hearing the voice, the group of Medicinal Hall's disciples suddenly opened their eyes in a daze. They were all listless, and their expressions were slack. It was obvious that they had reached the limit of their energy. "Greetings, Master." Han got up in a hurry and bowed to Ling Xiao. However, the latter merely glanced at him with an indifferent expression, then pointed at Pill Elder. "This is the Pill Emperor of the Western Border. In the future, he will be in charge of alchemy. You only need to plant the medicinal ingredients. You don't need to interfere with anything else." Pill Emperor of Western Border? Could it be? Pill Emperor sure. Hearing this, the group of Western Border's geniuses were stunned. Then it turned into shock. Master is awesome. Looking at the Pill Emperor's appearance, it was obvious that he had submitted. However, with his status in Western Border, even the emperor of a dynasty had to bow to him. When had they ever seen him so humble? Very suddenly, the trace of unwillingness in Han's heart quietly dissipated. He was originally a young man in the mountains. He had no talent and no foundation. Occasionally he would get a celestial tablet and embark on the path of cultivation. Although the celestial tablet's divine power was domineering, the prerequisite was that one had to have spiritual materials to make use of it. In the past, Han could only find some ginseng and ganoderma in the mountains and use the celestial tablet to catalyze the consumption. However, ever since he followed Ling Xiao, he finally understood what spiritual materials were and what a foundation was. In just a few months, his cultivation had entered the middle stage of the Paong stage. In the past, he would not have dared to imagine such a speed. Although Han now had less freedom, he still had to cultivate. He was forced by his master to plant medicinal herbs and refine pills in the immortal-seeking sect. He could only secretly cultivate at night. Then he suddenly felt relieved. Following Master Ling Xiao, he no longer had to take many detours and worry about spiritual materials. Wasn't it happy to plant medicinal herbs, refine pills, and cultivate every day? One day, when Master stands proudly at the top of the world, I, Han, will also be a person beside him. At that time, I will be second only to Master and above thousands of people. What else can I ask for? Although the mortal model was tenacious and had a calm personality, he still lacked some domineering aura. In other words, Ling Xiao's current image in his eyes was simply too lofty. Those who had never seen a real dragon were in awe of a flood dragon. How could they not be willing to submit when they saw a dragon tamer for the first time? The strong were revered. You should laugh at me for being a bootlicker. Life is like a dream, and dreams are like life. Chapter 492. Beep. The destined child is sincerely convinced by the villain. Congratulations to the host for plundering 200 luck points and 2,000 villain points. Hearing the system's notification, Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked at Han meaningfully. He was the only one here who could be called the destined child. Although most of his luck had already been plundered by Ling Xiao, the soul seal in his soul had also cut off his immortal fate. But as long as he could sincerely submit, the soul seal and whatnot could be taken away at will. At that time, he would have luck and be loyal to Ling Xiao. Wouldn't it be better for him to be a tool? Taming them required a process. especially for the protagonists of heaven and earth. No matter how short-sighted they were, they still had their pride. But I, Ling Xiao, am the greatest light of the world. I am righteous and invincible. Ha ha ha. I believe that as long as they are given time, they will be moved by my unique charisma. Pill Elder, you are an alchemy expert. You can use the spiritual materials here as you wish. Also, I have some spiritual materials here. They might be of great use to you in recovering your physical body. Ling Xiao handed Pill Elder a cosmos bag. Inside were all the elixir materials needed to reconstruct the physical body. When Nine Nether recovered her physical body, she relied on an elixir refined by the moon of Shenyuan. Since Pill Elder was famous in Xinjiang, his alchemy skills might not be below the moon of Shenyuan. It shouldn't be a big problem to recover her physical body. This is... Pill Elder opened the cosmos bag and looked at the dazzling array of rare materials. His eyes narrowed. In the blink of an eye, a smile appeared on his old face. As expected, the devil flame might turn you into a demon, but in his heart he still cares about me, his master. Every spiritual material in this cosmos sack could be said to be precious. Even in Xinjiang, finding all of these spiritual materials is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. He gave them to me so easily. There wasn't a trace of hesitation or reluctance. Tears gradually blurred his eyes. Pill Elder took a deep breath and smiled gently at Ling Xiao. Don't worry, Master. With me here, the medicine hall will definitely become the most prosperous pill sect in the western frontier. Besides refining pills, I will teach them ancient pill techniques and recipes so that they can all assume responsibility. Even now, Pill Elder had no idea that this realm had been created by Ling Xiao. In other words, in a barren land like the Shenzhou continent, no one had the divine power to create a domain. Ling Xiao nodded with a smile before he turned around and headed towards the sky hall. Pucci, another one, was touched. Ling Xiao was obviously doing this to help Dan Lao recover his strength. After all, only a 5th stage god emperor Pill Emperor could unleash his most scorching light of life. Big brother! Ning. Oi's shouts could be heard from afar. Ling Xiao's figure descended from the sky and hugged the little girl who was flying towards him. The next moment his eyes narrowed. Ning Er's cultivation had reached the late stage of Paoang, which was even more exaggerated than Han Zhan's. Most importantly, her providence had increased to 2,000 points. Big brother, where have you been these days? Why haven't you come back to see me? Ning looked up at Ling Xiao and complained with a pout. Sister Qingchan left, so you don't want to come back? Of course not. I have some things to do these days. Stay here and cultivate obediently. Don't you have Sister Fengling to accompany you? Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and looked in the direction of the sky hall. He saw Fengling, who was dressed in black, sitting on the roof of the hall and coldly glancing at him. Ling Xiao didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that Fengling seemed to have grown a little. Although it wasn't obvious, there were indeed some changes. Hee. Fortunately, little ancestor Fengling is here to play with me. Otherwise, I would have been bored to death. Play? Have you been playing for the past few days? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows and said with a surprised tone, Damn, you mean to say that while you were playing around, your cultivation base broke through a major realm? Yes, big brother. Little ancestor brought me to many places. We ate and played at the same time. We had a lot of fun. Ning smiled brightly and her eyes were pure and clear. Ling Xiao had some guesses in his heart. Fengling probably didn't take her to eat ordinary delicacies. It was most likely immortal materials from his spirit garden. With Han Zhan around, there would definitely be an endless supply of spiritual herbs and immortal gold. However, that immortal tablet was domineering, but Han Zhan's strength was not enough. It took time for these spiritual herbs to grow. It seemed that when he had time, he had to care more about Han Zhan and ask him to work harder. If he wanted a horse to run faster, of course, he couldn't give the horse grass. He had to give him medicine. Hee, don't just play on a daily basis. Cultivate well. Ling Xiao rubbed Ning or his hair and turned to look at Feng Ling. Can't you teach her some powerful cultivation techniques? How do you know I didn't teach her? Feng Ling looked at Ling Xiao coldly with a proud and cold expression. It was as if she had to maintain this dignity in front of Ning. Ning, follow your big sister Feng Ling and cultivate well. She's very powerful. Ling Xiao ignored Feng Ling. This girl had a strange temper and a changeable personality, but she didn't have a bad heart. With her accompanying Ning, Ling Xiao was relieved. And big brother, don't worry. Ning, I will definitely work hard. Little ancestor said that big brother is a great devil. If I want to follow big brother, I have to be ruthless and kill a lot of people. Ning, is working hard. Ning, nodded seriously, but when he heard what she said, Ling Xiao almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn, I knew it. If she follows Feng Ling, this little girl will learn bad things sooner or later. Ning actually doesn't need to learn these things. As long as you cultivate well, your cultivation is strong enough to protect yourself. Ling Xiao smiled awkwardly, but Ning shook her head seriously. Little ancestor also said that big brother will kill useless burdens. Woo-woo, I don't want to be a burden. Ning suddenly burst into tears. She looked miserable. Obviously, she had suffered a lot these days by Feng Ling's side. Can you stop scaring her? Ling Xiao frowned and turned to look at Feng Ling. Am I wrong? Feng Ling snorted coldly, and a rare look of embarrassment flashed across her little face. She probably didn't expect that Ning would tell Ling Xiao everything she said. Ning, big brother won't hurt you. Don't worry. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a smile. In the end, he didn't argue with Feng Ling and disappeared on the spot. What a joke. Isn't it a pleasure to keep such a cute little green plum by my side and raise her? Although I'm not the destined protagonist, can't I enjoy the same treatment as them? According to the plot, a female protagonist like Ning, who is supposed to be the destined child, will definitely awaken an extremely strong innate Tao law in the future. Besides, if I raise her until she's 18, she won't eat much of my rice. Am I, Ling Xiao, such a petty person? Chapter 493. In front of a palace in the north of the realm, Ling Xiao's figure appeared out of thin air. Dozens of figures rushed over from all directions and stood, respectfully. At this moment, they stood before Ling Xiao with indifferent expressions like statues, and they didn't make the slightest sound. Head to southern border and find opportunities with your own strength. Join a force and wait for my orders. As soon as he finished speaking, the 60 young geniuses bowed and followed Ling Xiao, disappearing on the spot. Ling Xiao had never been to southern border before, but it was said that this was the endless sea realm. Although there are humans living here, most of them were barbarians and did not cultivate the Tao path. Instead, they cultivated some evil guards. Of course, the true rulers of southern border were the flood dragon humans and the sea tribe. Some of the sea tribe had the bloodline of the desolate era and had a long history. However, they could not leave the endless sea realm for too long. Otherwise, the current master of Shenzhou might not be a human. Of course, although there were countless treasures in the endless sea realm, it was too risky for humans. Therefore, the saints' control over southern border was relatively loose. It was clear how dangerous this place was. These 60 dark guards were all taught by Folded Shadow and were extremely talented. Some of them even had providence and were good at concealment and assassination techniques. If they entered southern border first, as long as 3 to 5 of them were able to gain a foothold, they would be of great help to Ling Xiao. Even if they all died in southern border, he could just find another batch to train. It would not be a loss. Moreover, since the saint was wary of southern border, there must be some powerful experts there. from Han Qingqiu and Nine Nether. Ling Xiao already knew that the saint had been hunting prodigies with Dao laws for the past 100 years. There were many foreign races in southern border, and they were not controlled by the saint. There might be some thriving leaks among them. Whether or not I go is one thing, but as a villain, you have to be watertight and prepare for a rainy day. Most importantly, these 60 dark guards were not directly controlled by Ling Xiao. There was no soul seal in their soul seas, so there was no risk of them being exposed. However, a wisp of their divine consciousness was in the hands of Folded Shadow, so there was no possibility of them betraying him. In that case, southern border could be plotted. Great Qin Imperial Palace, in front of the main hall. Dressed in an imperial robe, Qin Wushuang stood with his hands behind his back. 7 days, 7 whole days. She stood in front of the palace and looked at the sky as if she was waiting for someone. Behind him, Huyen, Yanzhang, and Xiao Beifa stood silently. Even further away, countless imperial army guards gripped their sabers and waited. Monarch, we can't wait any longer. If we wait any longer, young Master's soulless corpse is going to stink. Huyen sighed, a hint of worry in his aged eyes. On that day, Ling Xiao and the evil spirit disappeared at the same time and never appeared again. Although the 3 of them had killed 3 soul slaves, but to be able to enslave the 3 emperors, just how powerful was the evil demon? Ling Xiao was gifted and could even see the strangeness of the cat beast at a glance. But in the end, he was only a 17-year-old boy. His cultivation was at most in the divine general realm. How could he possibly be a match for that demon? Qin Wushuang gave a light sigh. After a few days, his beautiful face was already showing signs of fatigue. On that day, she saw her father's soul being refined into a soul slave with her own eyes. But after all, it had been 10 years since her father died. The grief and indignation in her heart were real, but it was no longer intense. In this world, there was nothing more devastating than a sudden loss. Qin Wushuang had experienced it once, but at that time, Soulless was still young. She shouldered the responsibility and did not dare to commit suicide. Unexpectedly, 10 years later, she experienced it again. Qin Wushuang had a complicated feeling about Ling Xiao, from the initial vigilance to the subsequent dependence. Every word of that boy seemed to contain sunlight that warmed the bottom of one's heart. Even Qin Wushuang truly thought that after conquering the western border and helping Soulless ascend to the throne, she would marry Ling Xiao, put down the country, put down the hatred, and live a peaceful life. In the blink of an eye, all hope turned into disappointment. She lost the only Xingyang in her heart again. The entire world was in darkness. Very tired. Monarch, bury him. Finally, a drop of tear fell from the corner of Qin Wushuang's eyes. His white hair appeared even more desolate. How could she not know the terror of that demon? Most likely, Ling Xiao had met with disaster this time. However, she was unwilling to believe it, or did not dare to believe it. It was because once her last hope was shattered, her Dao heart would be completely shattered. Before killing the demon, she did not dare to die. Ling Xiao, are you really not coming back? You said that you would conquer the western border and become my dowry. Could it be you lied to me? Qin Wushuang slowly closed her eyes and revealed a sad yet beautiful face. Only, just when the last ray of light was about to disappear from her eyes, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky, tall and handsome, floating like an immortal. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang smiled bitterly. In the past, she only heard about it, thought about it, and saw it in her dreams. Unexpectedly, I, Qin Wushuang, would also fall ill from missing someone. Dragon Master! However, before she could grieve for too long, suddenly, Xiao Beifa's voice emerged from behind her. The sadness on Qin Wushuang's pretty face had almost instantly disappeared. When she opened her eyes, she happened to see a pair of warm eyes looking down at her. When their eyes met, Qin Wushuang could not help but raise the corner of her mouth. Ling Xiao, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Ling Xiao's figure dropped from the sky and stood before Qin Wushuang. He extended his hand to wipe away the tears at the corner of her eyes. I knew it. I knew you would not fall so easily. At this moment, Qin Wushuang no longer cared about the majesty of the emperor. She threw herself into Ling Xiao's embrace and cried out loud. That demon is treacherous and spent some effort. Am I not back now? Ling Xiao shook his head and sighed bitterly. His voice became even gentler, but a trace of playfulness flashed across his eyes. It seemed he could exercise happily again. Ever since Yi Qingchan had left, he had not exercised for a long time. As the saying goes, life depends on exercise. For my physical and mental health, I have decided to exercise for the entire night. Qin Wushuang nodded helplessly and did not open her mouth again. She hugged Ling Xiao tightly as if she was afraid he would disappear into thin air. The demon has been killed. Wushuang, shouldn't you thank me properly? Qin Wushuang's beautiful eyes slightly froze, especially that trace of greed in Ling Xiao's eyes. It made her feel inexplicably panicked. Initially, she had said that as long as Ling Xiao found the demon and took revenge for her father, she would repay him with her body. But now, she did not think it would be this simple. However, since she had made a promise, wasn't it a debt? Although I, Qin Wushuang, am cold and heartless, I hate people who go back on their words the most. I will do as you say, okay. Ling Xiao smiled lightly and walked towards the direction of the main palace with Qin Wushuang in his arms. Behind the two, Hu Yan and Yanzheng looked at each other with a bitter expression. Emperor, your little brother, is about to stink. Do you want to take care of the business first and then do other things? Do things. Chapter 494. General Xiao. Mr. Wupa's corpse. Hu Yan sighed and turned to look at Xiao Beifa. In truth, although Qin Wushuang was the emperor of the great Qin Empire, the one who truly controlled his life and death was still this loyal general. Oh, dig a hole and bury him. Xiao Beifa said indifferently and turned to leave. He did not know how Qin Wupa died, but that day this emperor's brother did invite Ling Xiao to the palace for a banquet, and the latter also went. Then there was a sudden change in the imperial palace, the appearance of demons, and Qin Wupa died mysteriously. Xiao Beifa naturally did not believe that this matter had nothing to do with his master. Of course, if his master did this, it would inevitably make Qin Wushuang unhappy. A mature subordinate should take all the blame for his master. A mature and intelligent subordinate should find someone to take all the blame for his master. Dig a hole. Bury it. Hu Yan's eyes narrowed and a trace of regret appeared in his heart. F*CK. Why did I talk so much? You said to dig a hole and bury it. Should I bury it or not? If I don't bury it, I will offend Xiao Beifa. Let's bury her. When the emperor asks, will she bury me together with her? I am only a heavenly official. When I have nothing to do, I look at the stars and calculate the fate of the empire. I have no real power. These two, I can't afford to offend either of them. Pa! Suddenly, Hu Yan stretched out his hand and slapped himself, and when he felt Xiao Beifa's slightly sinister gaze, he immediately laughed. Ha! Since the general said to bury it, then I will bury it. Back palace of the great Qin Empire. Ling Xiao hugged Qin Wushuang and walked into the bedroom, his eyes full of gentleness. But at this moment, he was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he looked at Qin Wushuang seriously and said, Wushuang, I have something that I don't know if I should tell you. It's about Wupa, right? Qin Wushuang sighed, and a trace of sadness flashed across her face. Ever since her father died and the Jinnan mansion was massacred, she had always treated Qin Wupa as her only hope. But now, Qin Wupa's death did not make her too sad. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly, but he had some guesses in his heart. With Qin Wushuang's intelligence, Most likely he had already imagined many things. What he needed to do was to give her a logical excuse so that she could completely untie the knot in her heart. That's right, Wu Shuang, you should have guessed it, right? Actually, I have no soul. I've been controlled by that demon for a long time. Before Ling Xiao had finished speaking, Qin Wushuang had already said with a bitter smile, although there were tears in her eyes, they were not as sorrowful as before. That's right. Qin Wushuang had already guessed it. Ever since Ling Xiao had told her that the most dangerous place was the safest place, she had already started to suspect Qin Wupa from the bottom of her heart. Her younger brother had never left her side since he was young. So where did he pick up such a strange sorcery? Furthermore, when Qin Wupa died outside the main hall, he had inexplicably called out Ling Xiao's name before he died. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed like a conspiracy. Since that demon could control her father and the Qin emperor, how could he not control her and her brother? And during the great change in the Qin palace, all the traitors were easily exposed and killed by the blood guards led by Xiao Beifa. In the end, she was the one who benefited. What did he mean by unifying the western border could help him prolong his life? That demon saw his weakness and deliberately lured him in, and he only needed to hide in the dark to enjoy all the glory. Now that he thought about it, Qin Wushuang suddenly felt that he was very foolish and naive at that time. She actually believed in such a crooked theory. However, fortunately, she met Ling Xiao and took off that demon's mask. Or else, when he thought about how the western border would fall into the hands of a demon, Qin Wushuang felt chills all over his body. In the end, although she was cold and arrogant, she was not evil in her heart. Thus, she could not be a sinner who would go down in history with infamy. Ah, it's my fault that I didn't come back earlier and caused you to support the great Qin Empire alone. But Wu Shuang, don't worry, with me around, you don't need to shoulder the burden of the common people. Ling Xiao reached out and gently pressed Qin Wushuang's head on his shoulder. Then, he gently stroked her hair. Ling Xiao, one day, will I lose you like I lost them? Qin Wushuang's voice was somewhat tired. Her entire body was limp in Ling Xiao's arms. The western border is not the end of my immortal path, so I will probably go to a wider world. Wu Shuang, I can't promise you anything, but I will give the entire western border to you. Ling Xiao raised the corner of his mouth into a smile. However, he did not hide the gloominess in his eyes. In fact, at this time he was confident that he could make Qin Wushuang open her soul and plant a soul mark. But once he did that, Qin Wushuang would become his slave and leave his mark in her soul. A woman without luck will only affect my path to the peak of the world and increase the risk of my demon body being exposed. I, Ling Xiao, yearn for freedom and freedom. I also yearn for the words in Mr. Ji Xinlin's diary. In this life, I only hope that, therefore, Qin Wushuang would probably only be a beautiful scenery and a good time on the road. When the western border is unified, she will be the empress. She will chant my real name and help me with the power of will. At that time, even if the people of the holy sect noticed the change in the western border and sent people here, they would not be able to find any clues about the demon from Qin Wushuang. As for Emperor Xia, haha, do you think I will let the descendants of Emperor Xia enjoy glory? Childish. As long as Qin Wushuang successfully took the throne of the western border, Emperor Xia would have exhausted his last bit of light and heat and could be killed at any time. I know. I will guard your territory well and wait for your return. Qin Wushuang slowly closed her eyes and hugged Ling Xiao tightly with her jade-like hands. Her ears turned red. Wu Shuang, seeing that the time was almost ripe, a trace of evil flashed across Ling Xiao's eyes. He took the initiative to carry Qin Wushuang and walked to the bed on the side. At this time, Qin Wushuang only closed her eyes and pursed her red lips. She was obviously nervous. You are so beautiful, their lips touched. Qin Wushuang's delicate body trembled slightly, but she did not have any intention to resist. Suddenly, the entire bedroom was overflowing with spring. accompanied by the sound of clothes falling to the ground. A slender, well-proportioned, and perfect body suddenly appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Throughout the night, the room was filled with thunderous applause, and it did not stop. One had to admit that the body of a god emperor was strong and durable. It was far from what a divine general could compare to. Even so, after repeated this, Qin Wushuang still painfully begged for mercy. Her eyes were full of sorrow. It was only when the red sun shone from the sky that the two fell asleep in each other's arms. Boom! Night fell. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the entire great Qin imperial palace. Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. The starry robe condensed on his body. In a flash, he appeared outside the main hall. In the next moment, his eyes narrowed. At this time, in the night sky that was tens of thousands of miles away, a divine pillar connected the heavens and the earth. The silver light on it was vast and boundless. It was as if the Milky Way had descended to the world and evolved into many divine palaces. It was like a celestial miracle. Even though they were tens of thousands of miles away, Ling Xiao could hear the sound of Tao ringing in his ears. It was leisurely and ethereal, making his heart feel empty. Chapter 495. The Cold Moon Celestial Palace has appeared. Qin Wushuang's figure appeared behind Ling Xiao unknowingly. At this moment, she was not wearing an emperor's robe. She was only wrapped in a cotton blanket, revealing a pair of straight, white, and slender legs. The night wind blew her silver hair, making her look like a dream. Her eyelashes trembled slightly on her long, narrow, and tired, beautiful eyes. However, there was a trace of sadness on her picturesque face. "Oh, right. A few days ago, when you were not here, someone sent a Qinkuan bag and said, 'Miss Su Yan misses you very much.'" Qin Wushuang suddenly reached out and took out a Qinkuan bag from her ring. She handed it to Ling Xiao with a trace of vigilance in her eyes. "Su Yan, this name is very familiar. Is it the one from the Cloud Alliance?" "Yes, the night is cold. Let's go in." Ling Xiao smiled lightly and did not explain. He carried Qin Wushuang in his arms and walked towards the palace. With Qin Wushuang's temperament, she would not argue with him over this matter. Moreover, she already knew that Ling Xiao would not stay in the western border for long. Under the moonlight, Qin Wushuang's beautiful face became even more white and moving. Only the tears in her starry eyes added a trace of sadness. "Ling Xiao, do you want to go?" The Cold Moon Celestial Palace. Qin Wushuang suddenly opened her mouth and looked at Ling Xiao with shining eyes. Yes, Ling Xiao nodded. One could not tell whether he was happy or sad. Originally, according to Han Qingqiu's words, this celestial palace should appear after a year. And with Ling Xiao's current strength, 1 year was enough for him to conquer the remaining 4 dynasties and unify the western border. Unexpectedly, this celestial palace appeared at this time. Of course, no matter when it appeared, Ling Xiao would not miss it, even if he had already guessed what the good fortune to become an immortal was. But Xiao Feng spent so much effort to enter the celestial palace. There must be a secret that he longed for. With this treasure-seeking beast paving the way, it naturally saved Ling Xiao a lot of trouble. Moreover, judging from the momentum of the appearance of the immortals, it was likely that all the talented geniuses in the western frontier would be there. A wave of leaks was already on the way. Ding-dong. Warm reminder. Lord Ling Xiao, your express delivery will be delivered immediately. As for unifying the western border, now, Qin Wushuang had already surrendered. With Ning Tiance, Xiao Beifa leading the army, Qiao Yunli, Huyen, and the others assisting from the side, who in the Shijiang dynasty could stop him? It was just a matter of time. "Oh, I can't go to the celestial world. The Cold Moon Celestial Palace has a rule that only geniuses below the godly king realm are allowed to enter. Besides, there's a ceiling force there. The higher one's cultivation level is, the stronger the backlash. Once you enter, your cultivation level will be suppressed to the divine general layer. Qin Wushuang furrowed her brow slightly as she felt worried. Ling Xiao was very strong, but once he entered, the stronger his cultivation was, the greater the sealing power he had to bear. Besides, now that he was famous, the remaining 4 dynasties most likely saw him as a thorn in their side. Once they had the chance to kill him, they would not hesitate. It was said that the great Yuan dynasty had a heavenly mandate goddess. Her Tao heart was pure, and she had great ambitions. Since the day she was born, the 9 heavens' divine palace had appeared. She had the protection of the immortal shadow, and her cultivation level was terrifying. Secretly, many people guessed that in this trip to the cold moon celestial realm, this woman would receive the fortune of heaven and earth. She would become one of a kind in history. Needless to say, the remaining Great Chu, Great Qi, and Great Zhao dynasties all had geniuses, especially the 3rd prince of the Chu dynasty, Chu Tiancheng, who was a famous blade cultivator in the western border. He believed that there was nothing in the world that he could not kill. It was said that his blade intent had reached the mysterious realm. No divine Lord elite warriors dared to compete with him. Oh, I see. However, when he heard Qin Wushuang's words, Ling Zhao's mouth curled up into a smile, suppressing one's cultivation level and causing a backlash. This kind of seal was standard for any secret realm that hid a divine treasure. Wasn't this nonsense? If the author didn't seal the secret realm, how could the destined protagonist kill his way through by chance and forcefully slap his opponent's face, obtain the treasure as a dark horse, and achieve his own success? It was unexpected but reasonable. Although it was said to be the protection of the heavenly Tao, in fact everyone knew. However, suppressing one's cultivation level and the backlash was great. Now, Ling Zhao's demonic body had entered the 3rd transformation level. Just based on the blood qi of his fleshly body, even Emperor God experts couldn't be compared to him. It was not too much for him to kill a few ants, right? Ling Xiao, I know I can't stop you. However, there are a few people you need to be extra careful of. Qin Wushuang's face was serious. He got up and opened the blanket. Then he covered Ling Xiao with it. The starry robe around Qin Wushuang's body disappeared, and he pulled that beautiful body into his arms. Tell me, I'm listening. In fact, with the system, Ling Xiao did not need to worry about anyone. He only needed to look at it to know whether it was a leek or a grass. However, if he rejected the beauty's good intentions, wouldn't she be disappointed? There was a goddess in the great Yuan dynasty called Yuan Yao. She was the princess of the great Yuan emperor and Empress Yuan. It was said that she cared about the people and had great ambitions. It was said that there was a drought 5 years ago in the great Yuan dynasty. As a princess, she knelt on the altar for 49 days and prayed for rain. In the end, she changed the heaven and earth. There was a rainstorm for 17 days. Although it caused rivers to overflow and caused floods, the people respected her kindness and called her the saintess of the 9 heavens. A trace of reverence flashed across Qin Wushuang's beautiful eyes. She changed the heaven and earth and made wishes for the people. Such a person was the most benevolent and kind person. It was natural for the heavenly Tao to protect her. It was also from that day that Princess Yuan Yao gained a trace of the power of heaven and earth. It was said that it transcended the 5 elements and was independent of yin and yang. It was mysterious and unpredictable. When ghosts and demons saw it, they avoided it. Oh! Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. This leak was not ordinary. Praying for rain and causing floods? This model was most likely the white moonlight in the hearts of the people, the one who vowed to use love to change the world. That Mali? Or this Yuan Yao had a deep mind and had the desire to fight for the throne. That was why she put on such a good show to win the hearts of the people. Zhu Shamol? When I reached the peak of my cultivation, I could summon clouds and rain with a wave of my hand. To put it simply, I could summon a storm with a flick of my finger. Why would I need to kneel before the altar and pray to the heavens? After kneeling for 49 days, I am afraid that my knees would be black from kneeling, right? Fortunately, the women in this world did not wear shorts. Otherwise, many simple-minded and righteous people would start imagining things in their minds again. However, this action was somewhat pretentious and hypocritical. Of course, the people were stupid and believed that what they saw was what they believed. The princess prayed for rain and knelt before the heavens. In the end, she achieved her wish and changed the heaven and earth. It was indeed a good story. Interesting. Regardless of whether this princess of Great Yuan was a kind and innocent white moonlight or a shrewd Zhu Shamol, she was most likely a healthy leek. If she ate it, it should be very nutritious. How could I bear to blame you for being too kind? You met me too late. Princess Yuan Yao, please cherish me for the rest of your life. Ling Xiao, although this Princess Yuan Yao will not take the initiative to be your enemy, and even if she meets an enemy, she has always been tolerant and merciful. Only Qin Wushuang wanted to say something, but stopped. A trace of hesitation flashed across his beautiful eyes. This Yuan Yao was extremely beautiful. She was known as the twin beauties of the West, with Han Qingqiu of the Cold Moon Immortal Palace. Therefore, naturally, she was surrounded by arrogant demons. Once Ling Xiao provoked her, he would definitely become the target of public criticism. I understand. I will keep a distance from her. How could Ling Xiao not guess Qin Wushuang's concern? He immediately smiled gently. Only, it was still too early to say whether this distance was positive or negative. Besides her, there are a few other people you need to be careful of. Chapter 496. Oh, how many more people are there? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. Not only was there no panic in his eyes, but there was also a faint hint of excitement. Damn! As expected of the era of great battles, demons were born in troubled times. The leaks in the western border were obviously stronger than those in the eastern border. But what kind of surprise would there be in the southern border and northern border? Ling Xiao did not have a foundation in the monster race and the Sea clan, but even so, these two races and two borders were still in his chess game. With the power of the western border, he killed the barbarians of the southern border and provoked the conflict between the Sea clan and the Saint sect. As for the northern border monster race, more than a year had passed in Nine Nether. Although the two had no contact, it was not necessarily a bad thing. At the very least, she should not have encountered any dangerous setbacks. And with her identity and strength, it should not be too difficult for her to gain a foothold in the northern border monster race. The Nine Nether Down Phoenix was also a member of the monster race. Not to mention, in the 100,000 Mountains, there was still a little green plum of the Fox clan who was bitterly missing him. Moreover, Ling Xiao had a faint feeling that the first princess of the Nine-Tailed clan, Baizhiro, was hiding a shocking secret. As for the central border, Bai Ling had now successfully planted a soul seal on the Blood Soul Temple's first Elder Qi. Even if the Blood Hall's Holy Master was terrifying, most of the spies of this mysterious sect had fallen into Ling Xiao's hands. Not moving was to avoid alerting the enemy. Not to mention, the little rich woman Su Yan had now sincerely submitted, with the financial support of the Cloud Alliance, who could defeat her in the Xingzhou. As for Yi Qingchan, she was just a dangerous move by Ling Xiao. If it was well played, it would be twice the result with half the effort. If it was wrong, there would not be too much loss. Step by step, it was more or less like that. What? There were too many small plots, and there was no ending? I suggest you watch the animated version of Journey to the West without using your brain. This way, you can happily watch an episode of fighting one monster, a total of 81 monsters, cultivate to become a Buddha, and end the show perfectly. Please, I'm a villain. The setting is the monsters killed in Journey to the West. Which one of them is not strong? Which one doesn't have a shocking background? What about the end? Without using his brain, how could he dominate the four borders? To be honest, it wasn't a matter of being invincible or not. No matter how invincible you were, there were still the 9 heavens and 10 worlds above you. The immemorial sky demon was invincible. Why did it fall in the end? A true villain would conceal their identity and secretly reveal their true colors. Only when they stood at the peak of the world would they be able to make immortals kneel and gods and Buddhas bow their heads. If you're invincible, why don't you just kill your way up to the 9 heavens? Why are you still cultivating? I, Ling Xiao, may be invincible in this world, but when people talk about me, they should spread my good name, not my evil body. Yes, there was a prince of the great Chu dynasty named Chu Tiancheng. He entered the Paoang realm at the age of 10 and could be called a monster. However, when he was 11, he lost all his cultivation and was ridiculed by everyone. 5 years ago, he suddenly used the saber to prove his Tao and exposed his brother Chu Ming's sinister actions to the world. It turned out that his brother Chu Ming's cultivation was forcibly stolen and his meridians were destroyed. That day, there was a shocking change in the Chu palace. The two of them fought on the battle platform. In the end, Chu Tiancheng only used one saber strike and cut Chu Ming, who was already a divine general, in half. Since then, Chu Tiancheng became the legitimate crown prince of the Great Chu. He is dedicated to the pursuit of Tao and has a cold and determined personality. He is the #1 prodigy of the western border. As the empress of the Great Qin, Qin Wushuang naturally knew the prodigies of this territory very well. This Chu Tiancheng could kill a divine general 5 years ago. His current cultivation must be even more terrifying. Besides these two, there are 2 other famous prodigies in the western border. One of them is called Mo Wuya. He is a freelance martial artist. No one knows where his master is, and his cultivation is unknown. However, it is said that those who have seen him fight are all dead. Now, he has a close relationship with Yuan Yao. They seem to have feelings for each other. The other one is Han Qingqiu of the Cold Moon Celestial Palace. She is extremely talented. When she first entered the Cold Moon Celestial Palace, she did not have any cultivation level. However, she has already comprehended 2 laws. She is very mysterious. Qin Wushuang listed all the prodigies that could threaten Ling Xiao. Hearing this, even with Ling Xiao's temperament, tears of panic flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Damn! This western border is indeed dangerous. With so many prodigies gathered in one place, he would be very busy in this trip to the immortal land. Only he wondered how many of these prodigies were blessed by the heavens, or perhaps all of them were blessed by luck? Wonderful. As long as they were blessed by the heavens, they must be blessed by luck and possess terrifying cultivation. However, the most important thing was that these people all hid secrets. For example, that Chu Tiancheng. After being crippled and receiving cold treatment, he was able to rise again and kill his enemies. How could it be possible that he did not have some amazing fortune? Although now, this crown prince of the Great Chu had clearly risen and was not as easy to toy with as Lin Shi and the others. But even if he was blessed by the heavens, how could he be compared to Ling Xiao? No matter how strong an ant was, it was still an ant. He would only need to use a little more effort. He just didn't know if this chosen one had a childhood sweetheart with the other chosen one. Xia Feng, Yuan Yao, Chu Tiancheng, Mo Tinya. Burp. He seemed to be a bit full. Ling Xiao, why are you crying? Qin Wushuang looked at the drop of crystal on Ling Xiao's cheek, and a trace of panic appeared between his brows. When I think about being separated from you for a while, I feel very depressed. Ling Xiao sighed softly and reached out to pull Qin Wushuang into his arms. A trace of grievance flashed across the latter's eyes. He leaned his face against Ling Xiao's chest and said, "Me too, Ling Xiao. That secret realm is extremely dangerous. Only a few of the western border monsters who enter each time really come out. Moreover, it is said that there is a ferocious demon suppressed there. It will taint people with demonic qi for no reason and disturb their Tao heart. Although the secret to becoming an immortal is indeed tempting. But I know you are worried about me, Wushuang. Don't worry, I know what I am doing. Before Qin Wushuang could finish speaking, Ling Xiao had already smiled and shook his head. Since you are on the path to immortality, how can you be afraid of danger? Suppressing a demon? All right, I will kill this demon for the world. Uffed! Ling Xiao sneered inwardly. Demon? There is a demon in this world that is stronger than me? Taint by demonic qi? Disturb the Tao heart? Isn't this a coincidence? My Tao heart needs endless demonic qi to nourish it. Then you must be careful. Qin Wushuang knew that he could not persuade Ling Xiao, so he did not say anything more. She had an indifferent personality, now that she had submitted to him. What she needed to do was to stand behind him and help him conquer the world. As for the danger of demonic qi, for someone as righteous as Ling Xiao, it would be difficult for him to be corroded by demonic qi. If you love him, you should believe in him. After I leave, you just stay in the imperial city. You don't need to do anything. I will order Xiao Beifa to guard the great Qin Empire. If there is an enemy, don't panic. Ning Tiance and the others will arrive at any time. Ling Xiao smiled gently. His starry eyes emitted golden light and soothed the last trace of uneasiness in Qin Wushuang's heart. Yes. A soft moan stirred up thousands of waves. Another sleepless night. Chapter 497. At the center of the western border, at the foot of the cold moon mountain, there were rows of trees, a cool breeze, divine rainbows in the sky, and celestial music lingered in the air. It was a scene out of this world. At this moment, a young man in white was walking towards a golden palace at the peak of the mountain. The young man was tall and straight, and his aura was vigorous. He was a fourth-grade divine general. That's right. He was the prince of the great Xia dynasty, Xia Feng, who had joined the Cold Moon Divine Palace with a disfigured face. Ever since he was framed by Ling Xiao and branded as a demon, Xia Feng had become more low-key and steady. However, Xia Feng's face was no longer as perfunctory as before, and there was even a hint of dominance. It was not that he had suddenly changed, but under the strictness of his master, Elder Yu Shao, his gunmetal Tao law had become more vigorous and terrifying, which had imperceptibly changed his temperament. The Tao of gunmetal was to press forward with indomitable will. If one wanted to complete it, he must have the ambition to compete with the heavens and earth. Moreover, after spending a month together, Xia Feng realized that Han Xianzi seemed to be paying special attention to him. Not only did she often send people to make things difficult for him, she even taught him a lesson herself sometimes. However, not only did this not make Xia Feng feel defeated, but it made him feel that it was a test, a signal. It was a different way of showing that Han Xianzi cared about him. After all, with her beauty, her Tao partner must be a young talent. She was just urging him to cultivate and testing his patience. That's right. How could such a devilish fairy like Han Qingqiu, like a cowardly and patient person? Although Xia Feng had never thought that perfunctory was wrong. As long as he stood at the top of the world, everything in the past was nothing. But strangely, as long as he looked at Han Qingqiu and her deep eyes, Xia Feng would feel that he had to crush all his enemies and give her a sense of security. Qingqiu, don't worry. As long as I can kill Ling Xiao, no one in this world will be my opponent. After being reborn, Xia Feng actually had an inner demon in his heart. After all, Ling Xiao was his enemy. If he did not kill this person, his Tao heart would not be satisfied. Only by taking revenge with his own hands, he would not be able to live in peace. I, your father, am the chosen one. On both sides of the mountain path, disciples would occasionally pass by and look at him with disdain. Look, this ugly guy is preparing to look for Junior Sister Han again. Pucci, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? You're scaring people to death. You're always thinking about good things. Exactly. If it wasn't for Martial Aunt Yu Shao, how could a new disciple like him enter the cold moon immortal realm? All the disciples had mocking expressions with a trace of envy. They raised their heads to look at the divine pillar that connected the heavens and the earth, and a trace of greed appeared in their eyes. The immortals had appeared a whole year earlier than the previous ones. According to the elders of the sect, such a phenomenon might indicate that a great fortune would appear in this trip to the immortals. However, Cold Moon Celestial Palace had always had a tradition that anyone who entered the immortals must be a disciple of the divine general level. Furthermore, they were all chosen by the various great elders. Although Xia Feng had entered the sect late, he was already a direct disciple of Yu Xiao and a genius of the Tao laws. Therefore, he had a place in the immortals' immortal realm. Of course, even so, there were still disciples in Cold Moon Celestial Palace who felt that Xia Feng was just taking advantage of Yu Xiao's direct disciple. What bullshit genius of the Tao laws, divine general prodigy. They heard that a disciple called Feng Yi was defeated by an inner disciple who had just entered the divine general level a few days ago. Of course, Han Qingqiu was not at the scene of that battle. Otherwise, these side disciples would definitely have seen another mighty junior brother Feng Yi. There was no helping it. This was the special treatment of the Son of Destiny. He did good deeds without leaving his name, and his strength would always be underestimated. Wherever he went, he would be mocked by all kinds of side disciples. And as a side character, there was always an illusion that whatever the chosen one could do, he could do it as well. He could do it better than the Son of Destiny. One suppressed and one raised, turning the tables and slapping the face. Have you learned it? Junior Brother Feng, you're going to look for Junior Sister Han again. A few figures suddenly walked over from the palace. The person in the lead was dressed in a white robe embroidered with auspicious clouds. He was handsome and elegant. He was the direct disciple of the Cold Moon Palace Master, Wang Tianduo. In terms of battle strength, Wang Tianduo was actually stronger than Lu Yin. He was a 6th grade divine general. Although he had not comprehended the Tao laws, he had already cultivated the Cold Moon divine art to perfection. Of course, the reason why Lu Yin was valued by the Cold Moon Palace Master was because of his talent and understanding of alchemy. Unfortunately, the latter was currently eating immortal herbs and desperately refining pills in Ling Zhao's domain. The glory of the past was ultimately a beautiful cloud of smoke. In the Cold Moon Palace Master's line, Han Qingqiu was the successor of the Cold Moon Palace, and Wang Tianduo was the eldest senior brother of the same line. The eldest senior brother was lost, and the second senior brother was promoted. Senior brother Wang. Xia Feng's eyes narrowed. Before Wang Tianduo could walk over, he had already bowed down. Seeing this, the ridicule on the faces of the disciples in the mountain became even more intense. Look, is this something a young monster should do? In this world, which monstrous genius didn't have a cold, arrogant, and steady appearance? But this Xia Feng just had to go wherever he went. Only in front of Han Qingqiu did he pretend to be indifferent and calm. Hypocrite, despicable, shameless. Uft! Senior brother Wang, look at this Feng Yi. He looks like a dog. There were a few true inheritors beside Wang Tianduo. When they looked at Xia Feng, their gazes were cold. Han Qingqiu, the dream of the 300 million young men in the western border. The bright moonlight in the eyes of the 7,000 male disciples of the Cold Moon Palace. What was this Feng Yi? Why did he receive the fairy's favor the moment he came? Although this favor was indeed a little strange. But they had to admit that even if they were humiliated by Han Qingqiu, it was still a kind of enjoyment and honor for these disciples. In the past few days, a bad trend had started to spread in the Cold Moon Palace, which was self-mutilating. A few disciples ruthlessly cut their faces and ran to Han Qiuqing to show off, but they were directly ignored by the fairy. Why? What was so special about this Feng Yi that made junior sister Han look askance? Of course, if this group of disciples knew that the honor in their eyes was just Ling Zhao's plan to kill this destined child, perhaps they would still be willing. Han Qiuqing, The dream that we cultivate or strive for, the dream that we can't get, the pain that we can't touch, the sweet poison that goes deep into our bones and blood. Of course, if there wasn't a villain like Ling Xiao, this Xiaofeng wouldn't have no chance at all. As a reborn person, his luck was terrifying and he knew the rules of this world. Perhaps one day, he would also walk on the path of becoming the enemy of the holy sect. He might even save Han Qingqiu from danger in the secret realm and win the heart of the proud girl. Here, you can refer to the part where Lin Shi and Yan Qingyun got to know each other. But it was a pity that his marriage was destined to not be with him. Shut up. How can you talk to junior brother Feng like that? How is this like a dog? Shouldn't a dog open its mouth and stick its tongue out? Wang Tianduo shouted coldly. There was a gloomy expression between his brows. As Han Qingqiu's senior brother, Wang Tianduo naturally admired the former for a long time. As the current eldest senior brother of the Cold Moon Palace, of course, he had to be prepared to be stepped on by junior brother Tianming. Otherwise, if you don't go up and I don't go up, how can the destined child act cool and slap the face? If he doesn't slap the face, how can he make the readers happy? Chapter 498. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Just as Wang Tianduo finished speaking, Xiaofeng in front of him suddenly made a strange sound. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw that Xiaofeng had suddenly stuck out his tongue, pretending to be a dog. What a joke! I'm not targeting anyone. In terms of pretending to be a dog, who can beat me in the sacred state? This is him. All the disciples looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. It shouldn't be. They had originally wanted to use this as an excuse to humiliate Xiaofeng and force him to make a move before teaching him a lesson. However, who would have thought that Chu Feng was not ashamed of himself, but instead proud of himself? He was actually shameless to such an extent. Senior brother Wang, do I look like one now? Xiaofeng smiled warmly, without the slightest embarrassment on his face, causing everyone to not know where to start. Junior brother Feng's talent has really broadened my horizons. You're not just like one. You're simply the incarnation of a dog. Wang Tianduo sneered. He had seen all kinds of strange disciples over the years, but compared to Feng Yi, they were all inferior. Haha, thank you for your compliment, senior brother. Xiaofeng nodded and chuckled, his eyes clear. Wang Tianduo frowned and muttered to himself. It shouldn't be. Junior sister Qingqiu is cold and arrogant. She would never fancy such a coward. Could it be that I'm too sensitive? Junior brother Feng, it seems that the Cold Moon immortal world is about to open. Since we are from the same sect, we must help each other when we enter. Don't let others take away your fortune. In the end, Wang Tianduo's face lit up. Now it seemed that junior sister Qingqiu didn't have any ulterior motives for bullying Feng Yi, but despised him from the bottom of her heart. If it was in the past, Wang Tianduo would definitely use this as an excuse to teach him a lesson so that junior sister Qingqiu would be happy. But, firstly, Feng Yi was Uncle Master Yu Zhao's personal disciple and her only disciple. If he openly provoked and bullied her, that cold Uncle Master would definitely smash his head. Secondly, although Feng Yi was timid and cowardly, his talent wasn't bad. Wang Tianduo had even seen him fight with Han Qingqiu before. The gunmetal Dao law was extremely sharp. Even Wang Tianduo didn't have much confidence in suppressing him. This way, when he entered the immortal world, he would have an extra layer of protection with a dog by his side. If there was a problem, Feng Yi would go up. If there was nothing, he could bully him and relieve his junior sister's boredom. It was killing two birds with one stone. Of course, as long as we enter the secret realm, Feng Yi will definitely follow senior brother Wang's lead. Xiaofeng smiled humbly. Wang Tianduo's face also bloomed with a brilliant smile. Of course, the former was also pondering in his heart. This Wang Tianduo was obviously a bootlicker. Ever since Lu Yin went missing, he had always considered himself the eldest senior brother of Cold Moon Immortal Palace. However, A piece of trash like him who had only reached the 6th grade of Divine General at the age of 38 had not even comprehended a single Tao law. How could he dream of capturing Qingqiu's heart? Pucci. The reason why Xiao Feng didn't fight him wasn't because he was afraid of him. In the Immortal Palace, this person did indeed have some power. He was also the personal disciple of the Immortal Palace Master. It would be of great use in the Immortals. He had witnessed Ling Zhao's terror in his previous life. Even though Xiao Feng had made a breakthrough in his cultivation and his Tao laws were several times stronger than before, he still couldn't control his Tao. However, who knew if Ling Zhao had changed in this life? Didn't Wang Tianduo like Han Qingqiu? With Qingqiu's feelings for me, she is only one step away. When the time comes, I'll bring her to find a few ruins and obtain a few treasures. I'm afraid she will completely fall for me, just like how I dealt with Qiao Shuang back then. No, it's different. I only used Qiao Shuang. I have no feelings for her. But Qingqiu, I am willing to share my fortune with you, as long as Han Qingqiu fell for him. Xiao Feng had 100 ways to play Wang Tianduo and his bootlickers to death. There are demons in the Immortals. Senior brother, senior sister Han hates demons the most. Why don't we kill him? Send his head over and test Ling Zhao's strength at the same time. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Inexplicably, the 2 people standing opposite each other with smiles on their faces cursed in their hearts at the same time. Idiot. Look, it's junior sister Han. Just as everyone was muttering to themselves, a beautiful figure in white came from the clouds on the mountain peak in the distance. Her beautiful face was cold, especially her clear eyes. They were like clear springs in the mountains, moving people's hearts. However, at this time, Han Qingqiu did not even look at Xiao Feng and the others. She walked towards the mountain peak with light steps. Early this morning, Lord Ling Zhao sent a message that he would arrive at the Cold Moon Immortal Palace in a few days. In addition to the identity of the great Xia dynasty's divine ancestor, the Dragon Lord of the Great Qin, and the new emperor of the Ling dynasty, this young master had an even more important title, the spokesperson of the Holy Sect's divine envoy of the Western Border. In other words, this person's position in the Western Border was much higher than that of the Cold Moon Immortal Palace Master. Therefore, Master, come out and receive the guests. Great Qin Empire, Imperial Palace. Ling Zhao stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the clouds in the distance. There was a touch of indifference on his face. Beside him, Qin Wushuang's face was cold and there was a hint of reluctance. Behind the 2 of them, Xiao Beifa, Yanzheng, and thousands of imperial guards were waiting for orders. According to Qin Wushuang, the Great Qin Empire always had a quota of 10 people to enter the Cold Moon Immortal World. In addition to the Great Xia and Great Zhou dynasties, Ling Zhao could bring 30 people there. Along the way, with the protection of Xiao Beifa and Yanzheng, 2 god emperors, it should be safe. However, regarding this, Ling Zhao smiled and did not agree. With his current skills, who could threaten him in the entire Western Border? The only 8th grade God Emperor was still wailing in his sea of soul. Even if the Holy Sect sent more experts, he could hide in the realm. Moreover, he was now the light of the righteous path and the disciple of the divine envoy. Who in the world dared to touch him? I don't know how long I will be back. Before I return, don't act rashly. Ling Zhao turned and looked at Xiao Beifa. Now, there were not many god emperors in the Great Qin Empire, and there were not many experts. With Xiao Beifa here, he could feel more at ease. As for the followers he brought into the immortal world, damn, did you forget that I have 10,000 blood guards fully equipped with divine weapons in my realm? Yes, my lord. Xiao Beifa bowed. However, Qin Wushuang's eyes suddenly turned red, and he whispered softly, "Be careful." "Don't worry. When I return, I will send you to the Western Border." Ling Zhao smiled gently and took a step forward. There seemed to be a dragon shadow following him. A loud dragon roar resounded through the world. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw 1,000-foot-long demonic dragon winding through the sky, carrying a tall and straight young man into the distance. Between heaven and earth a foul wind blew. Boundless demonic aura swept through the sky, raising thousands of clouds and clouds. At this moment, all the citizens of the great Qin Empire knelt on the ground with pious eyes. The dragon was the symbol of a nation's fortune. They never dreamed that they would be lucky enough to see such a miracle today. God bless the great Qin Empire. God bless the great Qin Empire. However, who was that young man riding the dragon? Could he be an immortal? Greetings, immortal. Immortal's protection. Immortal, please let me be rich and live a long life, and let my family live in peace. Chapter 499. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The entire cold moon celestial palace gradually became lively. In the sky, large birds landed one after another, and jade pavilions descended from the sky. A series of powerful auras covered the heavens and the earth as countless young men and women dressed in gorgeous clothes appeared on the stage, escorted by their own experts. In the western border, there were 8 empires and dozens of dynasties, and there were countless geniuses. Not to mention, there were also many sects and clans who wanted to get a share of the spoils. Cold Moon Celestial Palace did not reject anyone. 10 people from each dynasty, 5 from each dynasty, 3 from each clan, and all the rogue cultivators could scram. Of course, some famous rogue cultivators and peerless geniuses had their own ways to enter the mortal world. So Cold Moon Celestial Palace did not have to consider these. On the 3rd day, the Cold Moon Celestial Palace Master suddenly ordered all the elders and disciples to dress neatly and stand along the mountain path. She herself, along with many elders and true disciples of the sect, had already stood respectfully in front of the mountain gate. Instantly, rumors spread all over Cold Moon Celestial Palace. Even the emperors of the 8 dynasties did not receive such treatment. Could it be that the divine envoy from the Saint sect had arrived? Countless princes and princesses of the dynasties walked out of their chambers and gathered in front of the mountain forest, looking forward to it. The Saint sect was the divine sect that ruled the 4 borders. It was rumored that the divine master of the Saint sect had already broken through the shackles of heaven and earth and looked down on the common people. 300 years ago, he even killed the sky demon and protected the peace of the Xingzhou. The divine envoy of the Saint sect was the inheritor of the divine master's will. If someone could gain his favor, it would be a great opportunity to reach the heavens in one step. In front of the mountain gate, Yu Xiao looked calm, but there was a hint of coldness in her eyes. Senior sister's death was really strange. Although she did not know who the culprit was, it was most likely related to the Saint sect. However, with her current strength, she could not threaten this ancient existence. Therefore, she placed all her hopes on Fengyi. The gunmetal Dao law was almost demonic. As long as Yi could gain something from the immortal world, his cultivation would definitely improve. Yi, when you see that lord later, don't be rude and don't stand up for him. Yu Xiao reminded him. She did not have a good impression of the Saint sect. Of course, she had a thorough understanding of Feng Ye's character. She was afraid that the people of the Saint would covet his talent and take him under their wing. Yes, master. Xia Feng bowed deeply, but he was touched. Ever since he was young, he had never lived in a comfortable environment. The battle between the royal families was a bloody one. If not for the fact that he had helped Emperor Xia steal the great Xia dynasty, he would have been played to death by the Empress and the others. Even so, Xia Feng had been alone in the palace for a long time. He was still scared witless and cautious. Every day, he had to calculate and speculate. Even his expression and words had to be controlled properly. He was the gentle prince in the hearts of the people of the great Xia dynasty and the heartless youth in the eyes of the imperial court officials. However, only Xia Feng himself knew that what he wanted was not a mere empire, but the entire world. Cowardice is a kind of attitude. He was waiting for the wind, the sun, and the dawn. Once the flowers bloomed, they would amaze everyone. However, this process was painful and exhausting. Thus, it was likely that Xiaofeng had not been happy all these years, until he accidentally entered the cold moon immortal palace. His master Yu Zhao's strictness and encouragement to him gradually made Xiaofeng rely on her. That kind of meticulous and hopeful gaze made him, a person who believed in cowardice, feel touched. Xiaofeng had never trusted anyone, including his father. However, he only had some trust in Yu Xiao and a sense of belonging to the cold moon immortal palace. Now, whether it was Han Qingqiu's unconventional love or his master's concern, it made Xiaofeng feel that life was full of twists and turns, and finally there was a light at the end of the tunnel. Until the end of the world, a demonic wind whistled. The world suddenly darkened, and 100 feet long dragon shadow stood tall in the sky. In front of the mountain gate, the expressions of countless disciples and elders changed. That vast and mighty dragon might actually made them feel as though they were unable to breathe, as expected of the Lord from the saint sect. Riding a dragon? How many people in the entire Shenzhou had such heavenly might? Although at this moment, everyone could feel that the demonic dragon's cultivation realm was not high, but, damn! Was cultivation realm and bloodline the same thing? That was a dragon that soared to the 9 heavens. Just this wisp of dragon might alone was not something an ordinary divine king or divine emperor could contend against, right? But why does the figure on the dragon's head look so young? Although no one could see Ling Zhao's face at this moment, his white robes fluttered in the wind, making him look like an immortal. The one who came was actually a young lord. The eyes of many imperial court prides and ancient clan successors began to shine, and even their delicate bodies unconsciously tensed up. The saint sect stood at the peak of the Xingzhou, not to mention joining the saint sect. Even the slightest bit of involvement with this lord would be a turning point in their lives. You are a princess and cannot inherit the throne. I once had a one-night stand with the saint sect's divine envoy. You are a bastard and cannot break the rules of the clan. I once had a talk with the saint sect's divine envoy. I once had a toast with the saint sect's divine envoy. You are awesome. You are the hope of our clan's revival. So this is the so-called ice goddess, the arrogant genius? Seeing the divine envoy, all of them were stunned. In the crowd, Xiaofeng snorted coldly. Indeed, only strength was the standard to measure status. Even if the person who came was extremely ugly, he believed that these geniuses would still be willing to spend time with him. And this was the motivation for Xiaofeng to follow the path of seclusion. The contempt and abuse now was just a training for him to go to the top of the world. So what if my face is disfigured? As long as I am above the heavens one day, there's nothing in this world that I cannot have. But thinking about it was just thinking about it. Xiaofeng's face was also burning with excitement. He almost shouted out loud, divine envoy, I love you." Damn, what a joke. If one could reach the heavens in one step, who would be willing to stay in the dark? Although he did not really respect the saint sect and even regarded it as his biggest stumbling block to stepping out of this world. But before that, of course, he should stay in the dark and seek the greatest benefits. But Xiaofeng turned to look at Han Qingqiu, but at this moment he saw that her face was cold and even had a hint of grief and indignation. He immediately felt gratified. This is the woman I love. She is indeed not comparable to those ordinary women. Even the saint sect's divine envoy is not in her eyes. Qingqiu, you are cold and arrogant. You are unique. You are a different color in this world. Comparing the two, Xiaofeng was even more certain that Han Qiuqing was interested in him. Otherwise, why would she do something unnecessary and make things difficult for him all the time? She was making things difficult for him because of love. Inexplicably, Xiaofeng's eyes suddenly became wet. Even Yu Xiao, who was beside him, was slightly stunned. What the damn? Why is this true disciple of mine more excited than those geniuses when he sees the people of the Saint sect? Chapter 500. In front of the mountain gate, Han Qingqiu's eyes were clear as she looked at the young man's figure. At this moment, his body seemed to be shrouded by immortal clouds, which evolved into thousands of Tao laws. Peerless and independent, it made people feel a sense of reverence in their hearts. But in the eyes of others, Ling Xiao was upright, righteous, and gentle. But Han Qingqiu had seen with her own eyes how he had plotted to kill Lu Yin and deceived the Cold Moon Palace master. Although Han Qingqiu had forgotten the memory of Ling Xiao turning into a demon, but inexplicably, Han Qiuqing was terrified when she saw him. This was a peerless demon who played with the world in the palm of his hand. His temperament was not something that ordinary people could guess. He had even forcefully taken over her body. Therefore, this was probably the reason why Han Qingqiu's eyes were cold. Everyone loved him, but they did not know his ruthlessness. But so what? Now, in the western border, only this person dared to plot against the holy sect and go against the heavens. If she wanted to take revenge, Han Qingqiu had no other choice. Beep. The destined girl has a firm will. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 300 luck points and 3,000 villain points. Hearing the system notification, the corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled up into a smile. Then he lifted his leg and descended. Previously, Folded Shadow had sent back news that the Cold Moon Palace Master had personally asked if the Divine Envoy's disciple would participate in the competition of the immortals. Folded Shadow only replied with one word, yes. Looking at the situation now, it was obvious that the Cold Moon Palace Master did not suspect his identity. In other words, in her eyes, it was impossible for the Divine Envoy to be killed silently. In the entire Shenzhou, it was even more impossible for someone to be so bold as to pretend to be the Divine Envoy and show off everywhere. Looking at the figure descending from the sky, Xiaofeng's face gradually filled with doubt. Why does this figure look more familiar the closer he gets? No, it's not familiar. I must have seen him somewhere before. At this moment, Xiaofeng only knew that a big shot of the holy sect was coming from the Cold Moon Palace today. Naturally, he did not think that it was Ling Xiao. After all, in his previous life, although this demon was cunning, he did not dare to plot against the holy sect. But, for some inexplicable reason, the confusion in his eyes grew heavier, and a wisp of uneasiness unconsciously gushed out from the bottom of his heart. Why does this figure resemble the figure of the great Xia dynasty's sacred ancestor? That's not right. Didn't the divine ancestor come from the upper realm? Am I overthinking things? For the past few days, Xiaofeng had been cultivating by Yu Zhao's side. He was almost oblivious to what was happening outside. Although he knew some of the changes that had happened in the western border, it was not comprehensive. With his status in the sect, others would only mock and ridicule him. How could they possibly discuss the general situation of the western border with him? Therefore, up until now, Xiaofeng only knew that Ling Xiao and Xiao Yunli had joined forces to attack Great Zhou. However, he still didn't know that his great Xia's divine ancestor was the true demon who had killed him in his previous life. Ling Xiao's figure descended from the sky and appeared above everyone's heads in the blink of an eye. However, at the moment when Xiaofeng raised his head to look at him, the Cold Moon Palace master immediately bowed to him. Welcome to my Cold Moon Immortal Palace, disciples of the divine envoys. The Cold Moon Palace master had the cultivation of a 7th grade divine emperor. Although her reputation was unparalleled in the western border, she was merely a chess piece. In the sacred sect, she was at most a chess piece placed here. She definitely couldn't be compared to the divine envoys. Since this young man was valued by their lord, he would definitely be put in an important position in the future. Greetings, my lord. The group of elders and disciples of the Immortal Palace all bowed down. Xia Feng didn't even see Ling Xiao's face clearly before he followed them and bowed down. Rise. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently and looked deeply at Xia Feng, who was in the crowd. After not seeing him for a few days, this little leak's luck had increased to 3,000 points. As expected of a reincarnated model, not only was his luck terrifying, even his temperament was incomparable to that of a person from his previous life. In Ling Xiao's opinion, although the western border had several destiny figures, the one who could truly walk to the peak was still this prince of the great Xia dynasty. It couldn't be helped. After living 2 lives, his temperament was stable. Xia Feng also believed in the Tao of treachery, so it wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe him as advancing step by step. Such a person wouldn't easily reveal his fangs. Once his secret was discovered, he would most likely have grown to an extremely terrifying level. Unfortunately, no matter how strong his model was, he was just a lowly ant, not worth mentioning. In the distant forest, the geniuses from various dynasties also bowed down. Ling Xiao's gaze swept across them and paused briefly on each of them. That's right, 2 leeks, 1 male and 1 female. The female looked sweet and her eyes were clear, with a faint divine light flowing in them. She was dressed in a dazzling golden robe with a flying phoenix embroidered on it. She should be the princess of Great Yuan, Yuan Yao, that Qin Wushuang had mentioned. Bodhi Dao Heart, 4,000 points of luck, 5th grade Divine General. Most importantly, there seemed to be a mighty force surrounding her body, which automatically evolved into a divine shadow and Buddha light, mysterious and unfathomable. Beside her, there were several young geniuses with powerful auras surrounding her. One of them had a cold and arrogant face, dressed in purple. His eyes revealed a mysterious intent, as if he was 1,000 miles away and had an ethereal feeling. Heavenly Secret Tao Body, for 1,000 points of luck, 4th grade Divine General. Most importantly, although his aura wasn't very powerful, he had comprehended the power of Tao Law. Moreover, it was a Tao Law that Ling Xiao had never seen before. Sacred Tao Law? F***ck? What's the use of words and deeds? Very suddenly, Ling Xiao's interest in this young man in purple seemed to have increased. When he saw Ling Xiao looking over, the young man in purple trembled and bowed from afar, looking extremely respectful. Ah! At this moment, there was a sudden exclamation in front of the mountain gate, instantly attracting everyone's attention. They saw Xia Feng standing beside Yu Xiao, looking at Ling Xiao in horror. His eyes were filled with indescribable shock and fear. Ling Xiao! Naturally, he would never forget this face. However, how could it be? How could he be from the sacred sect? He was a demon, a great demon, a person that the world couldn't tolerate. The sacred sect's duty was to slay demons, but he suddenly... Xia Feng felt a chill all over his body. His body trembled, and he felt a chill down his spine. Could it be that, in this life, Ling Xiao had even deceived the sacred sect? With his identity, it was impossible for him to collude with the sacred sect. The only explanation was that Ling Xiao had used some unknown method to hide his identity and deceive the world. In his previous life, he had done so. However, Xia Feng had never dreamed that this demon would become even more terrifying and powerful in this life. But even if he knew Ling Xiao's true identity, now that he was a disciple of the divine envoy, if he pointed out that this person was a demon, wouldn't he be killed on the spot by the Hanyu Palace Master? After all, the Hanyu Palace Master had bowed 120 degrees. Her respect for Ling Xiao was written all over her face. He looked at me. Beep. The destined child is shocked by the host's identity. Congratulations to the host for plundering 500 luck points and 5,000 villain points. You know me? Ling Xiao stared at Xia Feng with a playful smile on his face. True demon Xia Feng, we meet again. Do you think I can't recognize you just because you changed your face? No, no, no. I, Ling Xiao, like to be faithful to one person. Not to mention changing your face. Even if you change your gender, I will send you to your grave. Chapter 501. The Cold Moon Palace. Master frowned. She looked at Xiaofeng, who was standing beside Xiao with surprise. Her eyes were filled with coldness. This inexperienced person actually screamed when he saw the young master's true appearance. At this moment, Yu Zhao's face was also gloomy. My good disciple, what are you doing? Is it necessary? Even your voice is trembling. Inexplicably, Yu Xiao placed her hand on her forehead and turned her head to look elsewhere. This is too embarrassing. I don't know. Xiaofeng's head shook like a rattledrum. Ling Xiao suspected that if Xiaofeng exerted more strength, he might be able to spiral into the air. If you don't know, why are you so flustered when you see me? Ling Xiao frowned. His face was filled with coldness. I thought that the Holy Sect's Lord must be an old senior. Seeing how young the young master is, I am truly shocked. Xiaofeng swallowed his saliva. This is too unexpected. He knew that he would definitely meet Ling Xiao here when the Cold Moon Immortal's miracle opened. In fact, he had been secretly paying attention for the past few days. However, he truly did not expect that their meeting would be in such a bizarre manner. The disciple of the Holy Sect's divine envoy? F***CK. If the divine messenger were to find out about Ling Xiao's true identity, he would probably die on the spot. Teaching the Tao through a devil. Oh, is that so? Ling Xiao nodded indifferently. There was no trace of joy or sorrow on his face. Seeing this, Yu Xiao clenched her teeth and stood in front of Ling Xiao. My lord, my disciple is short-sighted and shallow. I hope that you will not blame me for disturbing you. Oh, short-sighted. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled. He looked at Yu Xiao meaningfully. It seemed that he was not satisfied with this reason. However, it could be seen that this cold palace elder cared a lot about Xiaofeng. The latter's eyes were also filled with respect and gratitude when he looked at her. Haha, Xiaofeng, oh Xiaofeng, you have given me another option to exploit you. Right at this moment, Han Qingqiu appeared on the mountain path. She was dressed in white and walked towards Xiaofeng and Ling Xiao. Looking at the beautiful figure that appeared in front of him, Xiaofeng became excited. Could it be, perhaps, Qingqiu was going to stand up for me? Yes. Although Ling Xiao had the halo of being a disciple of the oracle, with Qingqiu's cold and arrogant temperament, she might not really take him seriously. Moreover, her true feelings for him could be seen by the sun and moon. At this moment, seeing that someone was making things difficult for her, she must be feeling extremely tormented in her heart. Woo, woo, woo. Xiaofeng looked up at the sky and sighed, tears welling up in his eyes. Qingqiu, what did I, Xiaofeng, do to deserve your death? Although this demon would one day become the enemy of the entire world, his current status could be said to be terrifying. Of course, with Han Qingqiu's strength, she was not necessarily Ling Xiao's opponent. But if she offended him now, she would definitely be punished by her sect. But this is all for me. Qingqiu, don't worry. As long as I enter the immortal world, I will find a way to expose this demon's identity and consign him to eternal damnation. At this moment, I can only wrong you first. But, just as Xiaofeng was feeling excited, he saw Han Qingqiu walk in front of Ling Xiao. She bowed slightly, and a charming smile appeared on her face. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The entire Cold Moon Celestial Mountain was filled with the sound of people sucking in cold air. Han Qingqiu, just like her name, had an extremely cold temperament. The disciples had only seen this fairy's cold and arrogant side. When had they ever seen her bow and smile to anyone? Crack. Suddenly, Xiaofeng seemed to hear the sound of his heart breaking. How could this be? This should not be. Han Qingqiu, my goddess, how could she be a person who fawns over others? Xiaofeng clearly remembered that in his previous life, Han Qingqiu fought with Ling Xiao in the secret territory because of a treasure. With her personality, It was impossible for her to be so submissive. What is going on? Before Xia Feng could figure out the reason, he saw Ling Xiao suddenly reach out and gently touch Han Qingqiu's beautiful face, a gentle smile on his face. "Qingqiu, we meet again." "Mister, I trust you have been well since we last met. You are still as radiant as ever." Han Qingqiu's beautiful face blushed and shyly lowered her head. That slightly rosy celestial face was like the moon covered by clouds, beautiful and magnificent, like a scene out of this world. Slap, slap, slap. In the crowd, suddenly a disciple rolled his eyes and began to madly slap his face. Han Qingqiu, the dream of all the disciples of Cold Moon's celestial palace. Today, she actually showed such a charming face to a young man. Among them, Wang Tianduo was filled with sorrow. It turned out that junior sister was not heartless, but already had someone in her heart. That's right, only an outstanding person like that young man from the western border is worthy of junior sister Qingqiu. Junior sister, I bless you. At this time, Xia Feng's hands were clenched into fists, his nails digging into his palms. At this time, although his heart was filled with hatred, his face still maintained a calm appearance. The hope in his heart had turned into despair. He did not hate Han Qingqiu. It must be that Ling Xiao had used some method to confuse the fairy. Why? A true demon, revered by the world, favored by the fairy. And he, Xia Feng, the light of the righteous path, with the destiny of heaven, had to hide behind others, be ridiculed, and watch the person he loved the most fall into the embrace of the demon. No, I must find a chance to tell Qingqiu the truth. Otherwise, she will definitely become that demon's tool. Beep, the child of destiny, is filled with despair and fantasies. Congratulations to the host for plundering 500 luck points and 5,000 villain points. Of course, at this time, it was not only the disciples of Cold Moon's celestial palace who were suffering in their hearts. Those arrogant princesses who pretended to be cold and arrogant at this time were all shocked. They looked at the blushing fairy with disdain and couldn't help but coldly curse in their hearts. "Pay, I didn't expect that Han Qingqiu would disregard her status like this. She actually took the initiative to throw herself into his arms. It seems that her usual aloofness was all an act." They had also forgotten that when they first saw Ling Xiao, they almost acted ugly. But this place was the Cold Moon sect, so Han Qingqiu more or less took advantage of the geographical location. It seems that later, when the Cold Moon Palace Master and the others are gone, I will also take the initiative to see if I can establish a relationship with this young lord. At this time, the Cold Moon Palace Master looked at the two people who were brazenly kissing each other, but there was no surprise on her face. After all, that day, Ling Xiao had killed the true demon River Yu and saved Han Qingqiu. That was why he was rewarded by the divine envoy and was bestowed the status of a disciple of the divine envoy. A young man who had slain a demon, stepped on the clouds and came here. It was normal for a proud girl to fall in love with him. Moreover, Ling Xiao was handsome and extraordinary, standing tall and straight. If she was 100 years younger, she would also be moved by him. "Young master, you must be tired after coming from afar, right? Why are you angry with this dog? I have prepared some hot wine and tea. Let's go and rest first." Xia Feng, who was gradually suppressing his jealousy, suddenly froze on the spot. "Dog. Qingqiu actually called me a dog." "Pucci." Inexplicably, Xia Feng suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, but in order to hide his anger and unwillingness, he swallowed it back. This is not right. This plot is not right. In the previous life, Qingqiu was bewitched by him, but that was after she entered the immortal world. How come now it was very unexpected, very hesitant, very cold?